Welcome to the most comprehensive and powerful guide on Stoicism available on YouTube. This in-depth exploration covers the core principles of Stoicism, offering practical wisdom from renowned Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. Designed for both beginners and those deepening their understanding, this guide provides insights for personal growth and emotional resilience. As we revisit key teachings, these repetitions are essential for implementing Stoic wisdom into daily life. Prepare for a transformative journey towards a life of purpose, calmness, and strength. Let's begin. One of the most well-known Stoic thinkers of all time is Marcus Aurelius. He was Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD. He was the last of a line of emperors that became known as the Five Good Emperors. At the time, he was one of the most powerful people in the world and could make all of his temptations and desires come true if he wanted to. Instead, he worked his whole life to be fair and just. During his time as emperor, Aurelius wrote a collection of personal pieces that are now known as the Meditations. These writings are considered one of the most important works in the theory of Stoicism. Aurelius writes about how to improve yourself in the Meditations. These were mostly about taking a cosmic perspective and examining your judgment of yourself and others critically. Aurelius used his own Stoic philosophy to let go of stress and fears and to be the best and most reliable leader he could be as the leader of a powerful kingdom that experienced numerous wars during his rule. Stoicism is a very old and well-known philosophy that is also a tremendously inspiring way to think and live. Stoics strongly felt that doing the right thing was the key to happiness and that good judgment and clear rational thinking were required to do the right thing. In the first part of this video, we'll talk about how to build a rational mind by looking at 5 important lessons from Marcus Aurelius that can help you think more clearly. Improve how you see things. One of the most important lessons of Stoicism is to control your perception. Marcus Aurelius advises, choose not to be harmed and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed and you haven't been. All the time, we judge everything we see. Every experience we have, every person we meet, and every sight we see all receive a worth judgment. It was either bad, good, dull, fun, pretty, ugly, or something else. Our ignorance has kept us from realizing that this is a very tiring habit that could make our lives worse. For instance, calling every contact you have on a particularly bad day awful makes you feel even worse about the day itself. You will only remember that one boring part of your week if you call a party you went to boring. Our emotions frequently affect our first judgments of things, which means they are probably not entirely rational. We also talk in ways that make things sound worse because we judge every part of our lives. If your partner breaks up with you, you might say that they broke your heart instead of telling you that they no longer love you the way they used to. Either the way you talk or the way you think affects how you feel. Not the event itself that makes you feel bad, but the way you think about it without even realizing it. Stoics, on the other hand, say that you should be careful about how you judge everything you see and do. One way to be careful is to undo your judgments, which means to look past them. You should be able to forget your first thought and judge something through a more positive and reasonable lens. In your mind, you can try to reframe that dull part as an event where you got to see a new place and meet new people. Okay, you might realize that you didn't really connect with anyone afterward, but you didn't go in expecting bad things to happen. The best way to train your perception of life is to practice, not to judge everything based on your first thought and feeling. Try to ask yourself, is this rational? Whenever you have an opinion about anything, what have I thought about this? Is there a more upbeat or better way to understand this? It was important to Marcus Aurelius that harms can only be if you think of them as harms. This means that the harder and worse you think an experience is, the harder and worse it seems itself. In this way, you are fully in charge of how certain events affect you. Stoics also say that you should see every bad thing that happens as a chance or source of good. To train your Stoic perspective, you can do a challenge called turning the obstacle upside down. For example, if a new co-worker is slow to learn and their mistakes hurt the company's profits, you might feel frustrated. This friend is getting in the way of what you want to do, which is be effective, efficient, and make money. But this situation can also be a chance to do good. Because of this, you can work on your patience, become a better teacher, learn how to bring new people into the company, and deal with stressed situations. These are all skills that you can use in the future, and that should help you make more money in the long run. Marcus Aurelius reportedly said, "The thing that stops you from acting moves you toward action. What gets in the way ends up being the way." So, instead of making over-the-top judgments about everything you see, take the time to see things as they really are. You might find that life is easier and clearer than you thought. There is a more positive and a more negative way to look at every situation. Being in the right frame of mind will help you deal with things much more easily. Take charge of your feelings. Acting based on emotion is often shown as being in stark contrast to acting rationally, and for good reason. Nothing can cloud our judgment more than our own emotions. Marcus Aurelius advises us to stop letting your emotions override what your mind tells you. One of the most important skills to learn if you want to always be able to think clearly is how to control your emotions. Marcus Aurelius said that anger, in particular, does more harm than good. A lot of people think or try to do the opposite of what controlling your emotions doesn't mean stopping them. You can't control your anger when someone betrays you by ignoring its existence to yourself or others, or by acting like everything is fine. It will still be there, no matter how far you push it. Stoics say that managing emotions like anger is better done by changing how those emotions are felt. The next time you feel angry, think about what you can do with that anger. If someone hurt you, you might want to yell at them, but will that make you feel better or less hurt? Will it make the person who hurt you better? To sum up, think about what you want to do and then ask yourself if it will help. If not, come up with constructive ways to share your emotions. You might get better results if you talk to the person who hurt you gently, tell them how you feel, and try to see things from their point of view. You could also write, exercise, get lost in a video game, or do anything else that would help you let go of your anger. To give you another example, think of fear or anxiety. You can't just push it down, but you can turn it around. You don't have to let your anxiety stop you from doing things. Instead, you can use it to push yourself to do things that make you feel anxious and be aware of its existence all the time. Say you're afraid to ask your boss for a raise. A lot of people use fear as an excuse not to do something, and they give in to their worries. Some people might be able to do it because they see their anxiety as something that is getting in the way and needs to be ignored. But neither of those things has to be true. Instead, you can talk about your fear in a healthy way, and it might even help. Think about all the things that could go wrong because of your fear. For example, think about all the questions your boss might ask and the reasons they might give you. You can then get ready for them and make a plan for every possible outcome. But most importantly, the fear makes you want to do it in a good way, to push yourself and grow as a person, to show you can do it. Not because you don't feel scared, but partly because you do. In that case, you can be aware of your anxiety and think, how cool is it that I'm still trying this? No matter what, You will always be calm if you can easily control your strong emotions. Your emotions will never interfere with your ability to think clearly and make wise decisions. You have power over your mind, not over outside events, said Marcus Aurelius. Know this, and you will be strong. Between what we can control and what we can't control is the dichotomy of control. Things like the weather, traffic, and what other people think of you are out of your control. What about what you wear, when you leave, and the people you hang out with? That you have power over. So, whenever something makes you feel a certain way, ask yourself, what can I change? Anything you can change is a reason to do something. You should learn to accept and welcome things you can't change without letting them affect you. Being able to tell the difference between these two things and acting in the right way can quickly clear your mind. Do you love fate or amor fati? This is a very important part of the dichotomy of power. When you accept everything that life throws at you, you will always love life. You can't change fate or things that are out of your hands, but you can choose to love your life no matter what. If you are turned down for a job you have wanted for years, you might feel like there is no way to make things right. You tried to get the job but failed, so you couldn't say you loved fate when things were like this. But this is not what it seems to be. Instead of seeing the fact that you didn't reach your goal as a negative, look into what went wrong and use that information to make a positive change. Either you failed on your part, which is something you can change, or the company hired someone else. You can work on those mistakes and give it another shot when a similar chance comes up again. Or the reason came from outside the company, like favoritism or a personality clash with a higher manager. You never had any say in this, so the chance never really existed. There's no point in being upset about something that never happened. Distancing yourself from a predetermined result and from outside indicators of success is part of accepting fate. If, say, you want to be a writer and the number of sales of your book is how successful you are, then you will let the random book market of the time decide how successful you are. However, you are in charge of your own success if you decide to measure it by how happy you are with the end result or by how much work you put into it. Do everything you can to try to reach your goals. But don't forget that you might not reach your goals and be okay with that ahead of time. If we only worry about the things we can change and promise to be okay with the way things are, we will be calm no matter what. 4. Remember the virtues. Remember the virtues. A wise man once said, "Dig deep within yourself, for there is a fountain of goodness ever ready to flow if you will keep digging." A virtue is an excellence of character, or more simply, acting in a decent way. Being morally good is good for everyone, not just you and the people around you. They thought that everything and everyone is linked in some way, and that the world depends on everything else. If you follow Stoicism, you will finally find that what is best for the greater good is also best for you. Because of this, the Stoics believed that the most rational individuals were those who cared about the greater good or who behaved virtuously. Stoics say that people who don't act virtuously are ignorant. When life takes a turn you didn't expect, virtues can help you figure out what to do and keep you grounded. This is the reason why good people are the calmest and most at ease. There are 4 main virtues in Stoicism that you should always keep in mind: wisdom, justice, temperance, and courage. Stoics believe that the ability to judge what is good, bad, in between, or neutral is what defines wisdom. To figure out what the socially right thing to do is, one should not let their feelings guide them. Instead, they should use logic and clear thinking. In a tough position, wisdom means being able to think through both of your choices. Then, fair play. Wisdom requires doing what is right and fair to everyone, including ourselves. Stoics believe that we have a duty to ourselves, to others, and to society as a whole. Courage is the third virtue. It means being able to do things even when you're scared, to do what needs to be done or what will help, even if you don't think you will succeed. Being brave doesn't mean getting rid of fear, desire, or anxiety. Acting is more about choosing to do something and doing it anyway, despite our fear, emotion, and anxiety. Finally, temperance. Being moderate is another word for temperance. To be moderate means to stay in the middle, never taking too much or too little. When used in real life, temperance often looks like self-control, self-restraint, or discipline. Aurelius said that the ability to stop oneself if necessary was something that set people apart from animals. We should put our long-term health and happiness ahead of short-term pleasure by being temperate. Take a bag of chips as a very simple example. In the moment, it might feel good to finish the whole bag at once, but it is bad for your health and could even be bad for your mood. That's why you should be self-controlled and stop after a few bites. Wisdom also helps with temperance because you can only figure out how much of something you need before you stop yourself if you have wisdom. The Stoics put everything and everyone in the world into three groups: good, bad, and neutral. It was always important to look for good, stay away from bad, and pick and choose which people didn't matter. When you break one of these virtues, like when you steal from someone, treat someone badly, are careless or scared, or make someone sick, you create evil. When you act in line with these virtues, you take part in good, and you don't do either when you do something that doesn't matter, like going for a walk. Not only will these easy rules help you become a better person, they will also help you feel more at ease. According to the Stoics, when you act in accordance with the virtues, you are always led by virtue and acting reasonably. This kind of action makes the mind calm. Always look at the big picture. Always look at the big picture. The last quote we have from Marcus Aurelius for this video is, "How beautifully Plato put it. Take a bird's eye view and see everything at once when you want to talk about people." Seeing the big picture is a very important part of clearing your mind. We are always in the middle of everything in life. Every problem can feel like the end of the world. When you're in the middle of a small group of people, it might seem like the whole city is crowded, but just a few steps away will show you that's not true. We realize how small everything we experience and ourselves really are when we step back and look at the whole world and our lives. After this, we can see how much of the world is out there beyond our own experiences. In their own minds, a lot of people forget that their thoughts and experiences are not the only things that should count. For example, someone who has had a bad experience with dogs might not understand or believe that dogs can be great pets for other people unless they carefully think about the chance of other experiences. Every once in a while, we should all step back and ask, what are we missing or forgetting? It can be helpful in many ways to do this. For instance, imagine that you had to decide whether to stay at your current job or apply for a new job that came up somewhere else. It might seem hard to choose between those, especially if you're not sure which one would make you happy. For some, the better pay is worth the extra work that comes with the raise, even if they don't want the extra duty that comes with it. You could feel stuck, but you could think about a lot more. Have you thought about going into a completely different field, or a side job, a way to make extra cash in your spare time on top of your main job? Getting really into a hobby might help you forget about the time you spend doing something you don't enjoy as much. There's a good chance you don't even know all the choices you have in life. When making a choice, it can be very helpful to look at the big picture instead of just doing what's in front of you. Not only does seeing the big picture help you decide what's important, it also helps you form an opinion. If you want to judge a situation correctly, you need to be aware of all of your choices or all of its facets. Also, taking a step back means letting go of your point of view and your beliefs. If you let go of your desire for a moment, you might remember the people around you and your job to them. During the time, you might not think that trash is a big deal, but when you take a step back and think about the whole world and how everyone else could do it, you realize how small your desire to litter is compared to the world's well-being. As we already said, the Stoics believed that everything in the world is linked and that making the world a better place makes you a better person. Because of this, it is very important to step back and look at the world as a whole, not just your own life. You can ask yourself some questions when you have to make a choice, deal with a hard situation, or make a change in your life. This can happen right now or later, like when you're thinking about your day while you're walking or writing in a journal. Aurelius loved doing this. Most of the time you should ask yourself, what might the long-term effects of my choice or action be? How could someone else see this differently than I do? Do I know someone who could help who is going through the same thing or has the same goals as me? Does what I do or choose affect my health? Does it make the people around me feel bad? Do I still have any choices? Taking the time to think about the whole world helps you understand your actions, thoughts, life, and choices better, and it also helps the world because it lets you help yourself. When you look at the big picture, you'll always have a view that doesn't limit you, makes you biased, or makes you doubt yourself. The ancient Stoics held that discretion and silence had great power and wisdom. They understood that we shouldn't tell the world everything we think or feel. With these words in mind, let's look at the 7 things that Stoicism tells us to keep to ourselves in the pursuit of wisdom and inner strength. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, said, "There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will." 1. Don't speak negatively about yourself. Stoicism, a philosophy that values inner strength and resilience, forbids speaking poorly of oneself as one of its founding principles. This means you should never talk badly about yourself, not even when you're alone with your thoughts. As the wise Roman emperor and famous Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't be overheard complaining, not even to yourself." This Stoic rule is meant to protect your mental health and sense of self-worth. You're essentially chopping away at your self-esteem when you think thoughts like, "I'm terrible at this," or "I'll never get better." Negative thoughts about yourself can make you lose motivation and stop you from growing as a person. Being aware of your inner dialogue is essential for following this Stoic wisdom. If you want to stop putting yourself down, try to remember yourself of what you can do. You can boost your self-confidence and resilience by telling yourself, "I can do this, and if not right now, I will get there eventually." This growth-oriented and positive attitude is in line with the main ideas of Stoicism. 2. Don't brag about how much you've changed. A famous Stoic philosopher named Epictetus has a lot to say about how to improve yourself. Being humble and careful are good things to keep in mind as we try to become better people, which is a smart suggestion. This means we shouldn't shout out loud to the world about our efforts and successes. What we should do instead is let our deeds show how much we've grown. Epictetus basically says that improving ourselves should be a personal journey that we go on for our own good and not to get praise or attention from other people. If we keep bragging about how far we've come, it could make our goals less sincere. Inadvertently lowering our motivation and commitment can happen when we talk about our goals before we reach them. Epictetus tells us to remember the old proverb, "Actions speak louder than words." This means that the real test of how much we've improved is not how much we say we've changed, but how much we actually change in our actions, character, and attitude. The way we treat others, The wisdom we share and the virtues we uphold are all signs of genuine change. Takeaway: working on yourself should be a quiet, steady process. We shouldn't make our plans public. Instead, we should work hard in the background, focused on our own growth. So, we let our achievements show through easily and inspire other people. More than the words we speak, people are more likely to be moved and inspired by the changes they see in us. There are 3. Do not eat too much. A well-known Stoic philosopher named Musonius gives us good advice on the value of balance in all spheres of life, with a focus on our eating and drinking habits. His wisdom shows that indulging too much can lead to bad effects, such as mental and physical stress and a quicker burnout. The Stoic philosophy stresses how important it is to be disciplined and in control of yourself in order to be successful in all areas of your life, not just your work. This means that the virtue of moderation is more than just an advice. It's an important concept to follow. Think of a pendulum swinging. On one end is overindulgence, which means eating or drinking too much. This road may make us feel good for a short time, but in the long run, it hurts our minds and bodies. For example, overeating can lead to bodily pain, health problems, and the mental pain of guilt or sorrow. Similar to this, drinking too much alcohol can lead to poor judgment and a loss of self-control. On the other hand, there is total abstinence or control, which can be just as bad. This can lead to feelings of emptiness and anger, and ironically, it might even make you want to overindulge later. His wisdom tells us to find a halfway path that is both right and wrong. The key is moderation. We should not eat so much that we feel uncomfortable. Instead, we should eat until we are full. We shouldn't drink too much. Instead, we should enjoy them in a way that makes our situations better, not worse. Musonius is an example of the Stoic philosophy, which tells us that moderation is a virtue that can be used in all parts of our lives, not just when it comes to food and drink. By being moderate, we develop discipline and self-control, which are not only good for us, but also necessary for success and living a peaceful life. Remember that moderation is an important part of life's big music. It helps our actions fit together better and makes the trip more satisfying and balanced. 4. Don't talk too much. In today's fast-paced, talkative world, Zeno, an old philosopher who is known as the father of Stoicism, once shared a timeless piece of wisdom. "You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, so listen more than you speak," he wisely said. This seemingly simple piece of advice has deep meaning and encourages us to think about the way we connect and communicate with others. These days, when everyone seems to want our attention more than ever, it's more important than ever to follow Zeno's advice. A lot of the noise comes from people trying to be heard on social media, in meetings, and in everyday talks. We occasionally forget the importance of listening actively and carefully in our efforts to express our thoughts. Giving someone your full attention and tuning into their words, emotions, and body language is part of the art of listening. Noise cancellation is also important. You give someone a valuable gift when you listen: respect. The speaker will know that you respect their thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Being a good listener makes you stand out in a noisy world and shows that you care about other people. When you listen, you make room for relationships that matter to happen. People feel heard, understood, and respected, which leads to closer relationships and better communication. Being a good listener can improve relationships, make it easier to work together, and build trust, whether you're at work or at home. Additionally, listening gives you the chance to learn and improve. You can get new ideas, views, and information by actively responding to what other people say. Listening becomes a way to grow as a person and to make wise choices. Zeno said a long time ago, You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, so listen more than you speak. Being a good listener shows mindfulness, respect, and wisdom in a world where self-expression is often the most important thing. So the next time you're in a talk, remember how powerful it is to listen. You'll find a deep relationship with other people and a way to grow personally and professionally. Don't focus too much on the future. Number 5. The philosophy of Stoicism has a deep lesson about how important it is not to worry too much about the future. Epictetus and other great Stoic thinkers serve as a reminder that we cannot always control everything in life. Worrying about things we can't control, like thoughts that might happen in the future, events that have already happened in the past, or the thoughts and deeds of other people, can make us feel anxious and depressed. Epictetus, a well-known Stoic philosopher, stressed that the key to real happiness is to stop worrying about things that are outside of our power. He famously stated, "There is only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will." Let me break down what this Stoic wisdom means. 1. Accept that you can't control everything. It's important to understand that you can't control every part of your life. No amount of fear or concern will change the fact that some events are simply beyond your control. For example, you can't change the way other people act, the events outside your control, or the uncertainty of the future. 2. Think about the present. People who follow Stoicism tell us to focus on the present moment instead of focusing on the past or worrying about the future. Only the present moment has the power to move and make decisions. You can alter your future in a good way by giving it your all in the present. There are 3. Pick your reactions carefully. Stoic philosophers emphasize the significance of having complete control over your reactions and attitudes. Outside events are out of your control, but how you react to them is always up to you. Being able to control yourself in this way lets you be at peace and happy even when life is unsure. 4. Lessen stress that isn't necessary. Stress and anxiety can build up when you think about what might happen in the future all the time. Stoicism tells us to accept that life is unpredictable and to welcome it instead of fighting it. In this way, we can lighten our emotional loads and live in more peace. The Stoic philosophy tells us to focus on what we can control and let go of needless worries about the future. With Epictetus's wise words in mind, this way of thinking can lead to more happiness, strength, and peace of mind. 6th, don't be cheap. The way we show gratitude, or the opposite, ingratitude, is an important part of how we connect with others. It is important to never communicate that you don't value anything, because life is a wonderful gift that we should accept with gratitude. Epictetus, an ancient philosopher, said, "He is a wise person who does not grieve over the things he lacks, but instead finds joy in those he possesses." This timeless wisdom tells us to always be aware of and grateful for the good things in our lives. Being ungrateful, to put it simply, means not recognizing or showing thankfulness for the good things that come our way. It can show up in many ways, such as ignoring other people's kindness or taking our everyday comforts for granted. A way to show appreciation for the good things in our lives and the people who make us happy is to practice gratitude. If we show gratitude, we might become less close to the people around us. It can lead to confusion, hurt feelings, and a tense social situation. On the other hand, showing gratitude builds good relationships and makes people feel like they are respected and loved. So, always remember how important it is to be thankful when you're with other people. Make it a habit to show your gratitude for the kindnesses, chances, and gifts that come your way. By doing this, you not only build good relationships, but you also make your life better by recognizing the beauty and goodness around you. 7th, you can make your life better by not complaining. A lot of us get into the habit of complaining without even realizing it. It's a common way for us to let off steam or get support from other people. In fact, though, complaining doesn't help things get better. It just makes our lives and the lives of those around us worse. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking, said the wise philosopher Marcus Aurelius. In other words, our happiness is heavily dependent on our way of thinking and how we choose to view and react to the world around us. Why complaining doesn't help? Complaining can turn into a loop of useless whining. When we complain about something, it usually doesn't result in an answer or a good change. It can make people feel like they are victims and can't do anything about it. It supports the notion that we have no control over our situation, which can lead to increased stress and resentment. Also, complaining all the time can make our interactions worse. People around us may feel mentally drained, and over time they may be less likely to offer their support or company. Because bad moods tend to spread, complaining can help. The power of positivity. On the other hand, choosing not to complain and choosing to focus on the positives can make a huge difference in our lives. How to do it? Improved mental health. When you stop complaining, your mind is freed to focus on answers rather than problems. This can lead to less worry, more emotional fortitude, and better mental health in general. Favorable relationships. People are usually drawn to those who are happy. You can improve your social connections and make deeper connections with people if you choose not to complain. More work gets done. Complaining is often a way to avoid doing something. You become more effective and productive in your efforts when you change your frame of mind to focus on finding answers and taking proactive steps. Because you're not complaining, you'll be more thankful for what you have. A feeling of peace and happiness can be attained by recognizing and valuing the positives in your life, no matter how small. How to cut down on complaints. Be mindful. Pay attention to your feelings and thoughts. Being mindful can help you stop complaining when you start to and focus on something else. Try to find solutions. When you have a problem or challenge, stop thinking about it and start thinking about how to solve it. Show gratitude. Make it a habit to thank people for the good things in your life. By doing this, you can change your focus to the good things in your life. Complaining is a habit that rarely helps and usually hurts others. You can cultivate a happier and more satisfying life by adopting a more optimistic and solution-oriented attitude. Remember that, as Marcus Aurelius wisely said, the key to happiness is in the way we think and feel. Adopting Stoic ideals can be a strong means of achieving wisdom, strength, and inner peace. The practice of chosen silence is an important part of this philosophy. It means carefully choosing when to speak and when to be quiet. This level of privacy in conversation can help us grow as people and strengthen our relationships with others. Stoic philosophy tells us that we don't have to say everything we think or feel. Certain thoughts and emotions are better kept inside, allowing for more reflection and self-improvement, just as some riches are best kept close to the chest. Being honest with ourselves about our thoughts and feelings can help us understand ourselves and the world around us better. Stoic philosophy understood the importance of silence as a teacher. We can gain insights that would otherwise be lost in the noise of constant talk by paying closer attention to our inner thoughts, seeing the world more clearly, and listening more intently to our thoughts. Through selective silence, we can learn to live our lives with more purpose and wisdom, which will lead to a deeper and more important life. In the next part of this video, we're going to show you 11 important things you need to quietly cut out of your life. This journey will teach you new things and help you grow. Now is your chance to really think about who you are and get a better sense of it. The things we're about to teach you might just make your life better. Allow us to begin. First, you don't have to explain yourself to people who hurt you. You don't need to complain, argue, or get into a fight over someone's bad mood. It's better to move on without trying to figure out why someone did something that hurt and disrespected you, even if you thought they were a great friend. Remember to stay cool and focused on your own growth. At some point, that person might need your help and come to you. At that point, it's enough to just say no. If you need to, you can also describe why you did what you did. You don't have to help this person if they broke your trust and didn't behave well. So, there's no reason to fight or get into a fight. Time will show you what that person did was wrong, so the best thing to do is to gently cut them out of your life. Take care of yourself first, and then let the future show you what's best for both of you. Our deepest respect for ourselves and our limits is shown when we let ourselves move forward without having to defend or explain our decisions. Always keep in mind that we don't have to hang out with people who hurt us or don't value us. People should treat each other with care and like them for who they really are. So, if we choose to quietly get rid of people who hurt us, we're taking a brave step toward our mental health and personal growth, which will help us live a more genuine and satisfying life. Second point, goals that aren't needed. There will be times when you understand how important it is to make decisions, act in a certain way, or stay on your own road. If you want to follow the road that is most in line with who you are, you may have to give up some goals. This does happen sometimes because we don't always get everything done we plan, and sometimes you have to give up some things to get other things. Without letting the rest of the world know about it, it's important to quietly get rid of these pointless goals. Don't drop hints or information that could lead people to your main plan. Be smarter about this process. Quietly get rid of goals that aren't as important to you and make small changes to your life over time. As soon as the cards are dealt, you should always act in a discreet way, keeping your plans safe and letting your character guide your choices as you look for the road that fits who you are the best. Third point, relationships, whether they're family, friends, or love. It's important not to tell other people private things or vent about why a bond or relationship ended. Individuals interested in the closeness you share with each other are the only ones who need to know the reasons. Nobody should know about fights or bad things that are happening, because that can only lead to rumors that make things worse. You should talk to yourself about what happened if you feel like you need to. The need to share could mean that there are still hurts that need to be healed. So, no matter what, the right thing to do is to think about these habits alone without telling anyone else. If you have a relationship that is giving you trouble, you should get rid of it without telling other people anything. Keeping these things to yourself and working through them on the inside will help you accept them and heal. Take care of your mental health with wisdom and discretion while maintaining the privacy and respect of all parties concerned. Fourth point, when things are tense, keep your voice down and keep your anger under control. Redirect your anger toward actions that will have a positive outcome if you're feeling down. Make use of that energy to move forward with your plans and teach your body how to deal with worry. Redirect the accumulated energy into something that gives you strength by controlling your emotions, thinking about them, and acting on them. Be careful and private, though, because losing control can show weak spots when things are tense. Try to get rid of this stress in a quiet way by fixing problems, doing what you need to do, and using logic to help you. Instead of telling everyone about your problems, value what and who is already in your life and practice gratitude. Find a quiet way to release mental stress and look for ways to deal with problems in a healthier way. Fifth point, don't tell other people what you think about someone. You shouldn't even hold those kinds of thoughts in your mind. When you speak ill of someone, really think about the picture you're giving off. You could have an interesting talk or add to it, but instead you choose to ruin the mood just to get your anger out about that person. Don't do that, please. Don't tell everyone who you like or hate who you are. Figure out how to be polite. If you don't like someone, you can stay away from them or try to live with them in a way that is acceptable to both of you. Always be smart about what you do. If you don't like that person, try to talk to them and come to an agreement. But you should get rid of these thoughts and views you have about other people right away. It doesn't matter if you like or hate someone. You should always be polite and show that you can adapt to new situations, change, and connect with others, even if you don't agree with them. Maintain a respectful and understanding position when you talk to other people. This will help make the surroundings more peaceful and your relationships with other people healthy. Sixth point, don't compare yourself to other people all the time. Every person should be respected for their own road, accomplishments and successes, regardless of what other people have done. The bad habit of comparing our lives to others can hurt our mental health and stop us from growing as people. Furthermore, it lowers our self-esteem because we might fall into the trap of negative comparison and focus on what we believe we lack instead of recognizing our own strengths and achievements. When we constantly compare ourselves to others, we lose sight of our own goals and wishes. Instead, we focus on what we think other people want or expect from us, which takes our attention away from what really matters. This stops us from progressing on our own trip and reaching our own goals. We can cultivate gratitude for our own situations and enjoy our own progress and growth by avoiding comparison. Always keep in mind that everyone is different and has their own problems. It's not fair or good to compare yourself to other people. We all have different skills, weaknesses, and ways of living our lives. It is more beneficial to focus on our own learning and personal growth rather than compare ourselves to others. Seventh point, using social media in a smart way. Take a moment to picture your life as a book full of interesting stories, lessons, and travels. Now picture social media as a library where every second millions of other stories are shared. Sounds exciting, right? But there is a sneaky danger here, always comparing. As we read these digital stories, we often find ourselves comparing the hardest parts of our own lives to the best parts of other people's. This comparison, which is frequently unfair and implausible, can lead to feelings of unhappiness and envy in us. Can you see how this could be bad? With this in mind, it's important to learn how to control how much of these digital stories we read. Imagine that you came to this online library with a clear goal in mind. You go inside, look for exactly what you need, like a link, ideas, or facts, and then you leave, going back to the truth of your own book, the life book. But how does this work in real life? Setting times during the day to check your social media will help you avoid getting lost in it all the time, whether it's breakfast, a break at work, or the end of the day. This aids in establishing a framework that stops events on social media from ruling your thoughts and time. Another good approach is to think about the point of every online contact. Am I looking for something useful here, or am I just passing the time? This question can help you tell the difference between useful use and pointless, idle consumption. Also, it's important to know how to tell if social media is making your mood or self-esteem worse. When you use these platforms and then feel down, it might be time to take a break. To find happiness and fulfillment in the real world, use this time to get back to things like reading a book, doing a sport, or just enjoying nature. By doing these things, you not only take care of your mental health, but you also find the beauty of your own story without having to compare it to other people's all the time. Remember that everyone has a unique road through life, full of ups and downs, successes and failures. That's what makes each story, including yours, so important and unique. I want you to think about how you can start writing the next part of your story today with less impact from the digital world and more focus on what really counts in your life. Let's start this process of getting to know ourselves and growing together. 8th point, the need to be liked by others. In this world, people's worth often seems to depend on how other people see them. That being said, I want you to think about how freeing it is to stop looking for acceptance all the time today. Picture yourself on stage, with all eyes on you. There are a lot of faces waiting for you, and each one has an opinion on how you should act, speak, and be. Can you picture how bad this is? Now picture yourself leaving that stage and going into a calm and peaceful place where your own opinion is the only one that matters. This image shows the importance of recognizing and valuing your own inner voice over the noise around you. When we base our actions and choices on the quest for acceptance, we drift away from who we truly are and what we genuinely desire. It's like constantly trying to wear an outfit that doesn't fit just to please others. Now, think about the times when you felt most satisfied and content. They were probably times when you were matched with your own values and beliefs, regardless of what others thought or expected. This is the heart of living truly. But how can we practice this in our daily lives? It starts with small steps. For instance, the next time you're about to make a choice, ask yourself, am I doing this because I truly want to, or because it's what others expect of me? Learn to trust your intuition and understand your own wants and needs. Another strong exercise is strengthening your self-esteem. Value your traits, enjoy your successes, and learn from your mistakes. Remember, self-acceptance is a constant process, and every small win counts. And finally, cultivate partnerships that support and urge you to be your best self. Surround yourself with people who accept your individuality and urge you to express your true essence. By freeing ourselves from the need for external praise, we open the doors to a more true and fulfilling path. It's a road that allows us to be the true heroes of our lives, writing our own stories with the ink of authenticity and courage. And with that, we end this second topic, hoping it serves as a call to think on how you can live a more authentic life, true to yourself, away from the shadows of others' approval. 9th point, the way we treat our interactions, whether in friendship or love. Relationships are like mirrors, reflecting different parts of our lives, and they bring events that form who we are. But there's a sensitive line here, the line of privacy and judgment. Think of a relationship as a secret garden, a place where you foster emotions, dreams, and special moments. This garden is holy, a place that deserves respect and care. When a relationship ends, whether a friendship or a marriage, it's normal to feel pain, confusion, and a need to process what happened. However, it's important to remember that the details of this garden, this shared story, belong only to you and the other person involved. By choosing not to reveal personal details or reasons for the breakup, you're not only keeping the dignity of both parties, but also protecting your own heart. Sharing this information with others can open doors to mistakes, opinions, and, worse, gossip. This doesn't add to healing. Rather, it can lengthen the pain and create a pattern of negativity. So, how can we deal with the end of a partnership healthily? First, it's important to give yourself time and place to heal. Allow yourself to feel the emotions, but do so introspectively. If necessary, seek the help of a mental health professional, someone who can provide objective advice and support. Second, cultivate the habit of internal reflection. Instead of seeking outward approval or comfort, turn inward. Ask yourself what you've learned from this friendship and how you can use those lessons to grow. Every relationship, even those that end, brings important lessons. Finally, remember that keeping discretion and privacy is a sign of growth and respect, not just for the other person, but for yourself. As you close a chapter in your life, do so with grace and respect, knowing that each experience prepares you for what's to come. And with that, we finish this third point, hoping it gives light and perspective on how to face the end of relationships with wisdom and respect, keeping the dignity and privacy you and the other person deserve. 10th point, letting go of false standards. This is an introduction to an internal journey where we'll explore how our beliefs can shape and sometimes distort our view of reality. Let's start with a metaphor. Picture your life as a grand journey across a vast ocean. Each hope is like a sail on your boat, helping to move you towards your dreams and goals. However, when these sails are too big, when our expectations become unrealistic, they can steer us off course, bringing us into turbulent waters of sadness and dissatisfaction. Unrealistic hopes are like maps offering treasures that don't exist. They make us chase ideas of beauty in ourselves, others, and the situations we experience. But the question we should ask is, are these ideas truly ours, or have they been forced by external forces like society, culture, or even the media? To begin detaching from these standards, we first need to notice them. This demands honesty and reflection. Ask yourself, do these demands lift me up or pull me down? Do they show who I truly am and what I value? The next step is practicing acceptance. Acceptance of who you are, where you are in your journey, and the circumstances you can't control. This doesn't mean giving up on your dreams, but rather recognizing and enjoying the process of getting there with all its imperfections and difficulties. Furthermore, it's crucial to learn to set realistic and achievable goals. Goals that resonate with your true essence and not with an idealized image of success. This also involves celebrating the small victories along the way, acknowledging that each step, no matter how small, is valuable progress. Finally, remember that the journey is as important as the destination. By letting go of unrealistic expectations, you allow life to flow more naturally and peacefully, opening up space for surprises and joys that couldn't be planned. And with that, we conclude this fourth point, hoping it inspires you to navigate life with sails adjusted to reality, appreciating the beauty of the journey with all its twists and turns and discoveries. 11th point, now entering a territory often overlooked in our daily interactions, but which has a significant impact on our well-being and the relationships we cultivate: participation in gossip and the spread of negativity. In this segment, we'll explore how choosing to distance ourselves from these behaviors can not only improve our state of mind, but also enrich the quality of our relationships. Imagine every word we speak as a seed we plant in the garden of our lives and the lives of others. When we choose words of support, encouragement, and positivity, we plant seeds of kindness and understanding. Conversely, when we engage in gossip or negative talk, we're planting weeds of misunderstandings, distrust, and conflict. Participating in gossip may seem harmless or even a form of social connection, but in reality, it's a two-way street that leads to disrespect and devaluing others and ourselves. Moreover, by focusing on negativity, we feed a mindset that obscures our ability to see the good and positive around us. So, how can we veer off this road and choose a more positive path? First, it's important to be aware of the conversations we partake in. When a dialogue begins to veer into gossip or unnecessary criticism, try gently changing the subject or highlighting something positive about the person or situation in question. Additionally, practice empathy. Before speaking or sharing something about someone, ask yourself, Would I want this to be said about me? This simple question can be a powerful guide to keeping our conversations respectful and constructive. Another important step is to cultivate a positive environment around you. Surround yourself with people who also value positivity and authenticity in interactions. Together, you can create a culture of mutual respect and support. Lastly, remember that change starts with you. By choosing not to partake in gossip and negativity, you're not only protecting your own integrity, but also setting an example for others. By adopting these principles in our lives, we can cultivate a more positive, empathetic, and resilient mindset, contributing to more genuine personal growth and more meaningful interpersonal relationships. The art of not caring is not the same thing as being apathetic or not caring about other people. Instead, it's about focusing our care and attention on the things that really matter to us, on the things we can control, and letting go of the rest. In this movie, we'll journey through the wisdom of different philosophies and philosophers who have been here before us and left us with trail markers. This exploration isn't just academic. It also includes the calming mindfulness of Buddhist philosophy, the empowering self-sufficiency of Stoicism, the hedonic calculus of Epictetus, the existential courage of Søren Kierkegaard, and the life-affirming tenets of Nietzsche and the individualistic essence of existentialism. We'll also talk about cases and uses from real life. We'll examine how these philosophies have been applied by real people and how not caring in the right way can result in more happiness, less anxiety, and a more fulfilling life overall. But what exactly do we mean when we say not caring in a philosophical sense? Lack of worry or total detachment does not imply not caring at all. It means freeing ourselves from societal pressures, fears of the unknown, worries about things we can't control, and anxiety about what other people will think of us. Instead of spending mental and emotional energy on things outside of our area of control, the art of not caring urges us to concentrate on our actions, reactions, and attitudes. Understanding our limits and choosing what deserves our attention, hard work, and enthusiasm is what it's all about. To embrace doubt, accept that life changes, and still live happily in the present moment. You've come to the right place if you've ever felt like the world is weighing on your shoulders, if you've ever wished you could let go of anxieties that are holding you back, or if you're just interested in learning about various philosophical views on happiness. We hope that by the end of this journey, you'll have a new perspective on how to handle the ups and downs of life with calmness, peace, and a clear mind. Join us as we show you how to free yourself by learning the art of not caring. In order to live a happier, more fulfilling life, it is time to embark on a philosophical journey of self-discovery and learn the art of letting go. Before we start this exploration, it's important to explain how philosophy and happiness are connected in the first place. Could you explain what philosophy has to do with defining and understanding happiness? The love of wisdom is the essence of philosophy. It's an exploration of basic issues like existence, reality, knowledge, values, reason, and, most importantly for our talk today, happiness. Many philosophers from different times and places have tried to answer the question of what happiness is and how to get it. The search for happiness understanding has always been at the core of philosophical study, from ancient Greek philosophers to contemporary thinkers. On the surface, the idea of happiness seems easy and applies to everyone. But when you look closer, you find that it has many aspects and is very personal and complicated. Our understanding of happiness is typically influenced by our own experiences, our cultural upbringing, and societal expectations. But the meaning of happiness grows and changes when we look at it through the big picture of philosophy instead of a particular view. How do various philosophical viewpoints view happiness? First, let's talk about the Greeks. One of the most important philosophers of all time, Aristotle, thought that happiness was more than just a feeling or a short-lived state of joy. He came up with the idea of eudaimonia, which is often translated as well-being or the good life. Aristotle believed that living a life of virtue and wisdom, fulfilling one's potential, and making a positive difference in society were all important components of happiness. It wasn't about seeking pleasure, but rather about cultivating a full inner life. The desire of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, on the other hand, were how Epicurus defined happiness. Epicurean philosophy, on the other hand, doesn't support selfish excess. Epicurus emphasized the easy, natural joys of life, such as company, educational activities, and the peace of mind. These philosophers, like Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, were utilitarian. They lived in the 17th and 18th centuries during the Age of Enlightenment. Their moral and ethical guidelines were based on the idea that happiness is about maximizing pleasure for the greatest number of people. Arthur Schopenhauer, a German philosopher who lived in the 1800s, had a less positive view. He believed that happiness is simply the lack of suffering and that life is filled with suffering. With a different perspective on our understanding of happiness, Schopenhauer's philosophy encourages lowering wants to lessen sorrow and pain. Then there were the existentialists of the 20th century, such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus. They believed that life has no natural meaning and that each individual must define their own happiness and purpose. They embraced authenticity and personal courage while rejecting societal rules. Also, we can't forget Eastern philosophical systems like Buddhism, which teaches that happiness is achieved by letting go of desire and attachment, leading to inner peace and understanding. Happiness is not a one-size-fits-all idea, as is clear from these different philosophical views. Our values, choices, and understanding of the world are all deeply woven into it. Whether it's through virtue, pleasure, freedom, the lack of pain, personal freedom, or spiritual growth, different philosophies offer various paths to happiness. We will examine how letting go of some worries fits in with these various philosophical views on happiness in today's exploration of the art of not caring. Finding a reasonable and careful approach to what we choose to care about is important, leading us to a fulfilling and satisfied life. It's important to remember that philosophy doesn't give us answers. Rather, it helps us guide the right questions. Let's keep an open mind, question our preconceptions, and let these various philosophical lessons improve our understanding of happiness as we learn more about the art of not caring. Let us start this interesting journey by learning from the deep insights into happiness that great philosophers have shared. Now, let's pay attention to Stoicism, an old Greek philosophy that has become famous again recently for its deep insights and useful advice on how to live a good life. Stoicism was founded in Athens by Zeno of Citium in the early 3rd century BC, but it was the lessons of late Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius that have stood the test of time and still speak to us today. Self-discipline, virtue, and reason are important in the ethical philosophy of Stoicism. It teaches us that although we can't control everything that happens to us, we can control how we react to it. Stoicism gives us the courage to focus on what we can control and let go of what we can't. It's a strong framework for not caring. Our next idea is the dichotomy of control, which comes from Stoicism. In his Enchiridion, or handbook, Epictetus, a philosopher who was once a slave, articulated this principle beautifully. He wrote, "Some things are within our power, while others are not within our power. Our opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and, in a word, whatever is of our own doing, is within our power. This deep dichotomy tells us to focus our attention, energy, and emotions on the parts of our life we can control, and to act indifferently or without caring about the rest. This does not imply a lack of courage or a neglect of responsibilities. Instead, it asks us to figure out which things are really important and deserve our care and attention. It's about deciding not to be upset by the things we can't change in life. This helps us keep our peace of mind and line ourselves with the natural order of the world, which is a central Stoic principle. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, had a lot of power and influence, but his works show an understanding of the transient nature of these outward things. Stoicism's Meditations is the perfect example of the art of not caring. He often emphasized the importance of inner peace and tranquility over outward accomplishments or accolades, reflecting the Stoic principle of not caring about things outside our control. In his writings, Seneca and other important Stoic philosophers give more examples of this principle. He wrote that we shouldn't care too much about what's going on in the outside world and shouldn't allow bad things or good things to get to us. In a message he wrote, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient, for he that is so wants nothing." By following Stoic principles, we learn to ignore the constantly shifting situations of our lives and instead concentrate on cultivating our character, wisdom, and virtue. We learn to be happy with what we have, not worry about what's going on in the world, and be at peace with it all. In the Stoic sense, the art of not caring doesn't mean not caring about anything anymore. A fulfilling and peaceful life requires knowing where to focus our care and attention. From the Stoic school of thought, we now go to Epicurus's garden. Another perspective on the art of not caring is provided by Epicurus, a Greek philosopher who founded the school of philosophy known as Epicureanism. Epicureanism is not about engaging in physical joys or leading a life of wealth, in contrast to popular beliefs. Instead, it's about leading a life of tranquility, freedom, and friendship by understanding the nature of pleasure and desire. Epicurus believed that pleasure is the greatest good and the purpose of life, but he also emphasized that not all pleasures are worthwhile seeking. He made a distinction between kinetic pleasures, which come from gratifying a desire, and catastrophic pleasures, which are the contentment of a state of peace when we are free from pain and desire. The great philosopher Epicurus said that the best kind of life is one in which we can enjoy the simple pleasures of life without being rushed by wants all the time. What Epicureanism says about societal expectations and material wants is an important part of the art of not caring. Epicurus promoted a simple life away from the busy Athens society. He believed that many of our wants, like the desire for money, fame, or power, are ingrained in us by societal expectations and are neither normal nor important. Epicurus said that these wants cause more pain than pleasure because they stop us from being satisfied and keep us wanting more. Epicurus famously wrote, "If you want to make a man happy, don't give him more money, take away his wants." This wise perspective urges us to put more emphasis on cultivating inner tranquility and building genuine connections than on pursuing material wealth or societal position. Epicurus's ideas about fear, especially the fear of death, are also very interesting. He said death doesn't matter to us because death doesn't exist when we don't, and we don't exist when death does. Epicurus frees us from the fear of death, allowing us to live more easily and happily in the present. So how can these ideas make your life happier? We can achieve a state of contentment and inner peace by understanding the nature of our wants, telling the difference between ones that are important and ones that aren't, and learning how to control them well. We liberate ourselves from unneeded worries and anxieties by deciding not to care about societal expectations or the fear of death, which makes room for real happiness and tranquility. Epicureanism teaches us that happiness doesn't come from having things or being important, but from being at peace with yourself and not having to deal with pain or trouble. This philosophy teaches us to enjoy the simple joys of life, such as company, thought, and freedom from fear and desire. It also gives us a useful perspective on the art of not caring. The Epicurean way of life tells us to rethink our wants and values, to let go of societal expectations and pointless worries, and to enjoy life's simple, long-lasting joys. Epicurus's insights can help us on our journey. Allow pleasure and desire to play a part in our lives, and let's learn to disregard things that don't include our long-term happiness. Thanks a lot. In this philosophical exploration of the art of not caring, we continue our journey to 19th century Denmark and meet Søren Kierkegaard, who is often called the founder of existentialism. Unlike the other philosophers we've talked about so far, Kierkegaard lived in a very different time and culture. The individual, their emotions, freedom, choice, and subjective existence are the main topics of Kierkegaard's philosophical philosophy. He believed that everyone has their own idea of what is true, and that each individual must figure out how to live their own life. His works give us a deep look into the mind of a person by exploring anxiety, hopelessness, and the search for meaning. In the face of life's uncertainties and riddles, one of Kierkegaard's most well-known ideas is the leap of faith. To find meaning and overcome hopelessness, Kierkegaard suggested that one must step out on faith into the holy life. The idea behind the leap of faith is not limited to religion, even though it is often used in religious contexts, especially in Kierkegaard's works. This is about being okay with not knowing what will happen and having the courage to make choices without knowing for sure. Uncertainty is the root cause of a lot of our stress and anxiety. When we can't predict the future, we worry about the unknown, and it's hard to make choices. What if, though, we decide not to care about this chance? What if we take that leap of faith, acknowledge the unknown, and make our choices with conviction and courage? In the context of our discussion, Kierkegaard wrote, "Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards." This quote serves as a warning that while we can consider our past experiences to gain wisdom and understanding, we cannot predict or control the future. So, deciding to ignore future uncertainties doesn't mean you're careless or unconcerned with the results. Instead, it's about letting go of our crippling fear of the unknown, allowing us to live fully in the moment and act in accordance with our values and beliefs. By freeing us from the weight of anxiety and fear, accepting Kierkegaard's leap of faith could lead us to greater happiness. When we stop caring too much about the uncertainties, we can focus on the here and now and the uncertainties that fit with our values. Giving ourselves the freedom to live an honest life without being constantly stressed about what might happen in the future is what this is all about. The psychological philosophy of Kierkegaard challenges us to think deeply about our individual freedom, existence, and anxieties. His idea of the leap of faith gives us a way to deal with life's uncertainties, not by attempting to predict or control the future, but by boldly accepting these uncertainties and focusing on our true selves. Let's take a brave step into the uncertainties of life, caring less about the things we can't control and more about living fully and honestly now. Our philosophical journey begins in ancient India, where Siddhartha Gautama, better known as the Buddha, presented Buddhism, a deep philosophy and path to spiritual awakening. Buddhism, a non-theistic religion, provides a special perspective on happiness, detachment, suffering, and the art of not caring about things that are temporary and passing. In Buddhism, happiness is not the same thing as in many Western philosophies. Buddhism views real happiness as a deep, lasting state of well-being and contentment that comes from inner peace and wisdom, as opposed to happiness being equated with pleasure or the satisfaction of wants. Through mindfulness, good behavior, and an understanding of the nature of happiness, anyone can reach this happiness, which is unaffected by outside factors. The Four Noble Truths, which describe the nature of suffering, its cause, its end, and the path leading to its cessation, are the cornerstone of Buddhism. According to the Buddha, suffering is caused by tanha, or craving, which is an unquenchable desire for something other than what is. Our lack of understanding of the true nature of reality, which is characterized by changeability, unhappiness, and non-self, is the root of this craving. The Buddhist ideals of detachment and non-attachment, which are essential to understanding the art of not caring, are brought to light. Detachment from life's experiences in Buddhism does not imply disinterest or avoidance. Instead, it's a deep understanding and acceptance of the fact that everything changes. Knowing that they are prone to change and disappointment, it's about not clinging to people, things, experiences, or even ideas. As with detachment, non-attachment goes hand in hand with it. Freedom from the need to hold on to things, experiences, or thoughts is what it is. We can fully experience life as it happens when we practice non-attachment. We can feel joy, sadness, pleasure, and pain without being controlled by these fleeting emotions. We learn to really care about life without being tied down by it. Not caring about things that will not last does not mean we reject or devalue them. Instead, we are learning how to deal with them in a better way by fully feeling and enjoying them while they last, but not suffering when they change or go away. When applied to life, this perspective can bring about deep inner peace and happiness. It helps us enjoy the beauty of the seasons of life without getting caught up in the storms of craving, dislike, or fantasy. It's said that you only lose what you cling to. This simple but deep saying sums up the essence of Buddhist detachment and non-attachment. We are asked to let go and stop caring too much about things that are temporary and hard to grasp. By doing this, we liberate ourselves from a lot of the suffering we cause ourselves and make room for a deeper, longer-lasting kind of happiness. Buddhism provides important advice on the art of not caring because it offers deep insights into reality and the human mind. We can learn to manage life with more peace, clarity, and freedom by understanding and applying the concepts of detachment and non-attachment. Remembering the Buddha's wisdom as we continue our exploration is important. Allow us to remember that everything is open to change and that we can find inner peace and lasting happiness by not clinging to things that are temporary. In the end, isn't that what we all want? Our philosophical exploration now takes us back to Europe, this time to Germany in the late 1800s, where we meet Friedrich Nietzsche, one of the most important and contentious philosophers of all time. Friedrich Nietzsche gave us a strong way to look at the art of not caring. He was famous for his attacks on standard morals and his philosophy of life affirmation. Nietzsche believed that life approval was the best thing about being human, and it was at the heart of his philosophy. Nietzsche said that to support life is to accept existence with all of its inconsistencies, uncertainties, and difficulties. It involves accepting life with a sense of joy, wonder, and imagination, rather than in a quiet or defeated manner. There are a lot of similarities between Nietzsche's ideas about societal rules and the art of not caring, and this philosophy of life reinforcement. Nietzsche believed that traditional morals and societal rules often prevent people from living fully and truly. He didn't like the idea of herd morality, which says that good and bad are the same for everyone. Nietzsche believed that not caring about societal rules and standard morals was not the same thing as becoming uncaring or apathetic. Instead, it's about self-overcoming, which is the process by which an individual goes beyond their learned habits and beliefs to build their own values. We can start to question, criticize, and finally overcome these forced values when we stop caring about societal expectations. By defining what is important, useful, and fulfilling for us, this enables us to write our own moral code. This is where the idea of the Übermensch, which is often translated as Superman or the Overman, comes up. This idea reflects Nietzsche's ideal individual who has overcome themselves, established their values, and acknowledged the complexity of life. The Übermensch is an example of the principle of not caring about traditional morality. Instead, they choose to accept life with all of its chaos and confusion and to make their own moral code. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche wrote, "I teach you the overman. Man is something that shall be overcome. What have you done to act?" They make us think, question, and make things. They tell us that we can get through hard times and become the people we really are. So, what can we learn from Nietzsche's philosophy about how to stop caring? It makes us think about how we relate to societal rules and conventional morals. It teaches us to value our individuality and accept life as it is, rather than letting these outside expectations control us. Let's remember Nietzsche's strong ideas as we continue our exploration. Let's work on getting over ourselves, be brave enough to make our own values, and learn to accept life as it is. Being on our philosophical journey, we are now in the 20th century, a time when people were still dealing with the effects of 2 world wars and where existentialism began. This philosophical movement, characterized by its focus on individuality, freedom, and personal responsibility, offers a new perspective on living a happy and full life. Existentialism got its start with the writings of Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche. It really took off with the work of philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus. As an alternative to standard philosophical categories, existentialism looks at the individual, the real person, as it struggles with things like anxiety, freedom, authenticity, and the ridiculous. The importance of individual existence is fundamental to existentialism. Existence precedes essence, as Sartre famously put it, means that we exist first, and our actions, choices, and experiences make us who we have become. The freedom to make our own lives is both freeing and scary. It makes us the masters of our own lives and gives us full control over what happens in them. Existentialist views on the silliness of life, as articulated by Albert Camus in his writings, are closely related to this focus on individual freedom. Life has no meaning, goal, or order by nature. It is absurd. This realization can either make us feel hopeless or liberate. We can stop looking for external meaning or validation by not caring about the nonsense and accepting it. Instead, we can concentrate on making sense and defining our path through the face of the ridiculous. This idea is beautifully explored in Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus. Sisyphus, who is stuck rolling a rock up a hill over and over again, represents how people feel when they face the impossible. But, as Camus says, we should picture Sisyphus as happy. By not caring that his work is pointless, Sisyphus can find pleasure and meaning in the act of doing it, in his fight and determination. What can existentialist philosophers like Sartre and Camus teach us about our exploration. We are free to choose, act, and make our own essence, as they tell us. They teach us that life is absurd, and that by not caring about it, we can liberate ourselves from external validation and make our own meaning. They tell us to accept our freedom, take ownership of our lives, and make our own path in the face of absurdity. Thanks a lot. We've dug deeply into the theoretical worlds of the art of not caring as we've walked through the rich fabric of philosophy, from Stoicism to Buddhism, Nietzsche to Sartre and Camus. Let's put this academic wisdom into action now. In our daily lives, how can we apply these philosophical lessons? What steps can we actually take? Identifying the things we really care about is the first step. The Stoic principle of the dichotomy of control says that you should separate the things in your life that you can control from the things that you can't. The key is to focus on the things we can control, such as our thoughts, emotions, and deeds, and learn to let go of the things we can't. Taking this simple step can greatly lower worry and anxiety that aren't needed, making room for more happiness, freedom, and satisfaction. This brings us to our second point, being open to doubt. As Kierkegaard showed us, life is filled with uncertainties, and attempting to predict or control everything is not only pointless, but can also result in dissatisfaction. By taking that leap of faith and being open to not knowing, we can get rid of the fear and anxiety that come with the unknown. It becomes clear to us that doubt is a chance for growth and change. In the third step, you have to face societal expectations. Epictetus, Nietzsche, and existentialism taught us that societal rules and expectations can often stand in the way of our happiness and authenticity. Think about the stresses in your own life. Are they suppressing your individualism, or do they match your values and goals? Not caring about these societal expectations does not imply ignoring your responsibilities or turning uncaring. Instead, it's about getting back your freedom to pick your own path, figure out your values, and make your own essence. I like how the fourth step uses Camus' wisdom to tell us to sit with the nonsense of life. You don't have to look for outside meaning or validation to accept that life is absurd. You can just accept it as such. Focus on making your life meaningful. You can do this through your work, your relationships, your hobbies, or your own growth. Find happiness in the process, in your Sisyphean battle. Applying these steps is not without difficulties, even though they can help us on our journey. It takes patience, courage, and self-compassion to go on this journey for a lifetime. There may be times when you feel doubt, fear, or confusion. Do not forget that it is okay to feel these emotions. They are normal for people. Recognize them, learn from them, and let them guide you along your path rather than fighting against them. You might be thinking how I can immediately act on these thoughts. In this journey, mindfulness can be a very useful tool. It's a practice to be fully present and pay attention to the present moment without judging it. Without getting caught up in them, it enables us to watch our thoughts, emotions, and experiences. Here's a simple way to practice mindfulness. Every day, take a moment to sit still and focus on your breath. Feel the air coming in and going out of your body. Bring your mind back to your breath slowly if it wanders. A sense of present, acceptance, and non-attachment are key components of the art of not caring, and these practices can help you develop these qualities. Remember that not caring isn't the same as being indifferent or neglectful. It's about figuring out what really matters, accepting life with all of its uncertainties and mistakes, and developing our caring in the face of societal expectations. No matter where you're going, the journey itself takes courage, self-compassion, and a readiness to accept all that it means to be human. It's time to stop, think, and maybe set the stage for what comes next, as we approach the conclusion of this exploration of the art of not caring. Starting with the Stoic philosophers in ancient Rome and ending with the existentialists of the 20th century, we have been on an interesting journey through time to see how these philosophical schools have thought about the idea of not caring. The path to tranquility and happiness, according to the Stoic principle of the dichotomy of control, entails separating what we can control from what we cannot and focusing our attention and energy on the former. We studied Epicurean philosophy and gleaned insights from Epicurus's lessons on pleasure, desire, and the importance of not caring about societal expectations. With Kierkegaard, we took a leap of faith, accepting the underlying uncertainties of existence and understanding how not caring about particular results can lead to a happier life. We learned about Eastern philosophy in detail, understanding how Buddhism's detachment and non-attachment ideals can help us let go of transient things, leading to inner peace and happiness. Through his life-uplifting philosophy, Nietzsche taught us the importance of not caring about following societal norms and pushed us to question societal standards. The existentialist philosophers, especially Sartre and Camus, emphasized the foolishness of existence and urged us to take responsibility for our own lives, emphasizing how not caring about this underlying nonsense can lead to personal freedom. How to apply these philosophical concepts in daily life was covered in the final part. We talked about how to identify the things that really matter to us, how to deal with uncertainty, how to challenge societal expectations, and how to accept the ridiculousness of life. We also talked about some problems that might come up along the way and the easy mindfulness method that can help you develop present, acceptance, and non-attachment. This exploration is just the start of your journey, though. The art of not caring is a lifelong practice, a path to follow, not a goal. It takes self-compassion, patience, and courage. Remember to apply these philosophical insights to your own life as you continue your exploration. You should be able to determine what means most to you and let go of what doesn't serve your greatest good. Lessons, insights, and people matter most in life. Experience the art of not caring in your daily life and see what changes, freedom, and happiness it brings you. Remember that the journey to not caring isn't about becoming apathetic or careless. It's about accepting your authenticity, recovering your caring, and working out your freedom. In the face of societal expectations, uncertainties, and life's underlying silliness, it's about finding your own essence. Remember what an honor it is to be alive when you arise in the morning. Marcus Aurelius was a great Roman emperor and a famous thinker, as you may know. Incorporating this habit into a morning routine intended to improve daily tasks, he emphasized the importance of rising early. It's crucial to say that sleep is an energy-restoring experience, not a waste of time or a period of laziness. So, this time period makes a big difference in your life's accomplishments. In this section of the movie, we'll look at 10 key Stoic principles for developing habits that are in line with your long-term objectives. Remember that big goals are reached by making small, consistent changes to your daily routine. Let's start. You need to find your ikigai. Ikigai is a Japanese way of thinking about happiness that can help you get more done in the morning. This word means something like reason for being, and if you find your life's meaning, you will be more motivated to rise and get things done. Focused, productive, and successful mornings lead to focused, productive, and successful days, which in turn lead to a successful existence. On the other hand, disorganized, unproductive, and mediocre mornings lead to mediocre days, which in turn lead to a mediocre quality of life. If you think about it, your ikigai is what makes you wake up in the morning. It's like your meaning in life. Marcus Aurelius believed that everyone was born with a purpose, and that it was their job to work hard and do their best to achieve that purpose. After all, it's the purpose that makes you get out of bed in the morning and face another day. You can use your ikigai to keep yourself motivated. It could be something you enjoy doing but haven't done in a long time, a new skill you want to learn, or anything else. If I had more time, what things could I do? Is the best way to find your ikigai. You can come up with 30 answers and then pick the best ones. Then you'll be closer to figuring out what drives you. This is a task you need to complete before starting your day, as it will help you have healthy social connections, challenge yourself in a good way, relieve stress, stay fit, be creative, and avoid depression. You should give yourself a strong reason to get up every morning. Pick something that will really drive you. 2. Get ready for the morning. Aristotle said, "All our efforts must be directed toward the end, or we will act in vain. If it's not right in the end, it will fail completely." Setting an alarm for 5 a.m. isn't enough to become a morning person. Putting faith in the best. People who want to make the most of their mornings have a set routine both when they wake up and before they go to sleep. While you have no control over your consciousness while you are sleeping, you definitely have control over your nighttime activities that will make you get out of bed. You can start by cutting down on phone and TV time before bed. Make a commitment to yourself. Start tonight. Don't talk on the phone while you're sitting down. Get ready for tomorrow by setting up. For example, if you want to go to the gym, set aside your workout clothes before going to bed. Arranging your clothes the night before will save energy the next day. To avoid going to the gym in the morning, make sure your clothes and sneakers are in your room, ready for you when you wake up. This 2-minute workout will help you feel better in the morning. A person with unresolved problems, whether financial, relationship, or work-related, cannot sleep well. Their brains are always thinking. You've probably been through this before, putting your head down and living the situation over and over again. Spend as much time as you need to solve any issues you can before going to sleep. You can practice deep breathing before bed if you have problems that you can't solve right away or that are out of your control. Inhale slowly and count to 5. Then let out all of your air while counting quietly. Your body will know there is no danger after doing this simple exercise, so you can calm down. Your muscles relax, your heart rate slows, and you experience an inner sense of peace when you increase the amount of air you take in. Your mind needs to slow down for you to have a good night's sleep, and this will directly impact your morning. You can start down the path to becoming a morning person and making the most of your day to be more effective by making some small adjustments. 3rd, stay focused and avoid distractions. When Marcus Aurelius wakes up, he tells himself, "Focus on every minute like a Roman, like a man, and on doing what's in front of you and freeing yourself from all other distractions." When we wake up in the morning, we are pulled in a lot of different directions, and we don't always know where we are going. Other things that can distract you are odd videos on WhatsApp, a new episode of your favorite show, sad news channels, Instagram, text messages, dirty dishes in the sink, unpaid power and internet bills, and more. Even today, there are dozens of means of communication and mental stimuli. You will be distracted no matter how early you get up, and some days you'll think the whole world is out to get you and stop you from getting anything important done. Most of the time, the things that confuse us are actually ways to put things off. These are good things that need to be done, but they might not be what we should be focusing on at that time. We become distracted and neglect our main objective. You get up early for a reason, to enjoy the extra time to do things you enjoy before getting caught up in the things that need to be done in your daily life. 4. wake up consistently. Marcus Aurelius said, "You should build your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible and no one can stop you." The degree to which you take responsibility for everything in your life is precisely the degree of personal power you need to change or create anything you want. If you truly want to wake up early every day, then you have to do it consistently to make it part of your routine. You need to get better at being disciplined. Self-discipline is just the habit of being consistent, which means finding the drive to do something over and over again until it becomes second nature and you start to see results. That's what needs to be done. In his book, The Miracle Morning, Hal Elrod tells us that we need to be consistent in the first 30 days to develop this new routine. The 30-day deadline needs to be split into 3 parts of 10 days each. Each of these stages comes with its own set of mental and emotional difficulties that make it harder to stick to the new habit. When you start a new habit or get rid of an old one, the first 10 days can be very hard, and they really are. The will to quit will last for a long time. If your new habit is to wake up early during the first 10 days, your experience might be something like this. "Oh God, it's already morning. I don't want to get up. I'm too tired. I need more sleep. Where's the coffee?" And then we hit the snooze button. The trouble is that most people don't know that these first 10 days, which may seem awful, are only temporary. After getting through the first 10 days, the hardest 10 days, you move on to the second phase of 10 days, which is considerably easier. Although days 11 to 20 are not unbearable, they are still uncomfortable and will require discipline and commitment on your part. But by this time, you'll be accustomed to rising early. You'll have gained some self-assurance and linked the advantages of your habit to it. So stick with it. The real change happens in phase 3 as well. After 20 days of doing it every day, you change your identity from "I'm not a morning person" to "I am a morning person." You no longer dread the alarm clock in the morning. Now, when it goes off, you're excited to get up and get moving. You're starting to see and feel the benefits. Realize that the whole process is meant to help you become a morning person. Once you do that and identify with it, it's easier to act in that way. 5. Do not stress. You should pay attention to what's going on around you and ask yourself, why is this so unbearable? Why can't I bear this? Are you embarrassed to answer? The truth is that our brains prioritize instant gratification, valuing short-term rewards over long-term benefits. This is why 95% of people repeatedly fail to start exercise routines. Most people have trouble in the first 10 days because they don't understand that these days, which seem awful at the time, are only temporary. They tell themselves, if the new habit is so painful, forget it. It's not worth it. This is why we often put things off when we can't get up early. We tell ourselves that we'll start waking up early next Monday or next month. We must realize that what makes us strong and focused people is our capacity for perseverance. We don't have much control over our lives, and they don't go in a straight line. We only have control over what we do each day. Every day is a new chance to live a better life. So forgive yourself for waking up late today and start waking up early from tomorrow. One day is enough to fight. 6. Practice being disciplined in little things. Aristotle says that we should train ourselves in small things first, and then move on to more important things. Practice not swearing when you have a headache. If your ears hurt, don't swear all the time. Don't get me wrong, you can complain. Just don't complain with all your heart. The word discipline comes from the Latin word disciplina, which means to teach or to instruct. As we practice focus in small things, we are constantly changing ourselves. We are training our minds to not want to get up early. One way to start is to practice this. Place your alarm clock as far away from your bed as possible. You have to get up and move around because of this, and moving gives you energy. So when you get up and leave your bed, it naturally helps you wake up. Because if your alarm clock is right next to your bed, you'll either turn it off or worse, hit the snooze button. Do not press the sleep button. It doesn't make sense to hit the snooze button in the morning in this case. Saying that means you'll keep getting up in the morning even though you hate it. If it's far from your bed, you'll have to get up to turn it off. By then, you're standing, and now you just need to stay awake. It becomes easier to leave the room as soon as you turn off the alarm. Don't try to find a good reason to go back to bed. If you let your brain convince you not to wake up early, you never will. Don't go back to bed. There's only one option. Force yourself to leave the room. There are 7. Make the bed. When you make your bed in the morning, you finish the first thing you need to do for the day. This gives you a small sense of accomplishment and makes you want to do something else. You'll go on to do many other bigger jobs during the day after this small one. You can also learn that small things matter and that you can't do the big things if you can't do the little things right. Let's make our bed. Find an accountability partner. When you realize that your purpose is to wake up early, having a good accountability partner is essential. As we pursue our goals, there is one skill that will remain above all others: the ability to hold ourselves accountable. An accountability partner is a person who coaches someone else in terms of helping them keep commitments. Your accountability partner can be one of your friends, family members, colleagues who have already achieved the goal you're working towards. This time, your accountability partner will help you keep your morning plans and track your progress toward your goals. You should select someone who is as committed as you are, who shares similar values, who can be available when you are, and who is genuinely interested in helping you succeed with your morning routine. Having someone to hold you accountable is always a good thing, because knowing that you can talk to someone who cares about your success keeps you on track, even when things get tough. Number 8. Think about death. Marcus Aurelius tells us, "Since it is possible that you might depart from life this very moment, regulate every act and thought accordingly." The Stoics made it a routine to keep the perspective of death in mind. Every morning you can act in this way. The only truth that never changes is that you will die, whether you are rich or poor, successful or not, religious or philosophical. This warning is meant to inspire, encourage, and make things clear, not to be gloomy or to instill fear. This morning routine will help you keep perspective on the things that truly matter, which are your internal principles. Your home, your money, and your fame are all short-term things that can be taken away at any time. Character is the only thing that can never be taken away from you. Character is the only thing that makes us who we are and guides us through life. Character flaws or accomplishments are the only thing that can make or break a person, and that's often what stands out. Like Steve Jobs, the thought of remembering your death will hold you down. If today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I'm about to do today? Ask yourself this question every morning as you look in the mirror. And if you don't answer this question for too many days, you know you need to make a change right away. Do not miss the chance to truly live your life. If you're stuck in something you hate, the thing you should fear most is not death, but never having started to live. 9. Practice picturing bad things happening. Marcus Aurelius told us to tell ourselves every morning, "The people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and rude. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil." The Stoics don't imagine a perfect society. They see the world as it is. When you use negative vision, you need to be much more honest with yourself and keep your expectations in check. What might go wrong? How would you handle something like this? Can you plan for them or overcome them? You are better equipped to handle disasters if and when they arise, when you plan for the worst. For instance, you're going to work and your boss is being mean to you, but because you thought about this in the morning, you're always ready for your boss to refuse to work with you. You'll be pleased when he treats you well out of the blue. But even if he doesn't, you'll always be ready and able to keep quiet. In this case, let's say you need to close a big deal and have a meeting with a big client in the morning. You have already thought about the fact that you might stutter or get very worried, or that the client might have a lot of questions because your presentation isn't clear. You were mentally ready for the anxiety, though, because you knew it was going to happen. You stay calm, in control of your emotions, and give a good presentation. Visualizing bad things reduces your fear of them. It calms you down when they happen and mentally gets you ready to handle a problem if one should arise. 10. Take pleasure in your life. Our last quote is from Marcus Aurelius. To the gods, I am indebted for having good grandparents, good parents, a good sister, good teachers, good associates, good relatives, and friends. Almost everything is good. Marcus Aurelius is very open and humble about how he learned his values and ethics, and he is very thankful for the people who helped him become who he is today. We can do the same thing by writing in a thanks notebook. Writing in a Thanksgiving notebook is easy to do. Being thankful doesn't just have to be for big things in life. Begin the habit of being thankful by noticing all the good things in your life. There are no small things you can be thankful for. Pick 3 to 5 things you're thankful for each day and write them down in a journal or notebook. If you've had a bad day at work, think about getting home to your family or pet, or just be thankful that you're still alive. In addition to giving you a restful night's sleep, appreciating your life before bed gives you a reason to wake up ready to face the new tasks of the day. Always keep in mind that the last thing you thought before bed was probably the first thing you thought in the morning. We've all had nights when we were so excited about a trip, a new job, or a vacation that we could hardly sleep. As soon as the alarm went off, you jumped out of bed super excited. It's the same if you think to yourself before bed, "Wow, I'm so tired. I can't believe I have to get up early tomorrow." When you wake up, your first thought will be, "It's time to get up. I just want to keep sleeping." So decide to have a good expectation every night for the next morning. Feel thankful, let go of the things you did wrong that day, and promise to do better the next day. We change, not things. Imagine facing great challenges and obstacles only to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. And what if you could access an ancient source of wisdom to help you through the struggles and tribulations of life today? In this part of the video, we are going to study the teachings of a great Roman emperor and philosopher, Marcus Aurelius, and discover how his timeless wisdom can help us build resilience and inner strength in the face of adversity. Marcus Aurelius, a famous historical philosopher and Roman emperor, is often mentioned, despite being one of the most powerful men in the world in his time. He faced numerous battles and difficulties, from political changes to personal losses. In the middle of these challenges, he wrote his highly thoughtful and insightful book, Meditations, as a means of self-improvement and reflection. Comprising his personal thoughts and views, this iconic work has inspired countless individuals over the centuries, giving advice on how to live a virtuous and happy life. In today's fast-paced and often uncertain world, resilience and inner strength are traits that have become more important than ever. We are constantly bombarded by changes, whether in our jobs, relationships, or personal lives. And what if we could learn to move through these changes with grace and wisdom, transforming adversity into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery? This is where the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius come into play. As a historical person, Marcus Aurelius believed in the importance of cultivating inner virtues and practicing self-control. He believed that by focusing on the things we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we can overcome external circumstances and maintain a sense of balance and calm. In sum, Stoicism teaches us to be the architects of our own happiness and well-being, regardless of the challenges we face. What can we learn from this great philosopher? In this video, we will dig into the pages of the Meditations and discover 10 timeless life lessons that will help us develop resilience and inner strength. These lessons not only offer useful tips for dealing with difficult situations, but will also inspire us to cultivate a more resilient attitude in our daily lives. By applying the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, we can become better prepared to deal with adversity, grow through our experiences, and eventually lead a more happy and contented life. As we journey through these 10 lessons, we will see the importance of controlling our thoughts and views, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the current moment, cultivating humility and empathy, and much more. Whether you are someone facing many personal or professional setbacks, or simply seeking advice on living a more balanced and rewarding life, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius can serve as a powerful source of inspiration and wisdom. Lesson number 1. Control your view. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Our sense of the world around us shapes our reality. It influences how we respond to situations, how we interact with others, and finally, how we feel about ourselves. Allowing you to let go of useless tries to change what is beyond your control. Another useful technique is to learn the art of detachment. Detachment includes understanding and enjoying the impermanent nature of life. By knowing that everything is transient and subject to change, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to accept the natural flow of life. When faced with a difficult scenario, remember that this too shall pass, and try to approach it with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also be a useful tool for spreading acceptance. By setting aside time every day to calm your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions, you can develop a better knowledge of your reactions to the challenges of life. This increased self-awareness can make it easier to recognize when you're fighting to accept what cannot be changed and help you adopt a more open mindset. Learning to accept what we cannot change is a crucial aspect of growing resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, separation, and meditation, we can develop a more balanced and open perspective towards life. Embracing this mindset not only enables us to face adversity with grace and wisdom, but also allows us to appreciate the beauty and richness of life, as eloquently expressed by Marcus Aurelius in his quote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Focus the mind on the present time." Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment and not allowing ourselves to be consumed by the past or the future. By focusing our minds on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and develop a greater sense of inner peace and happiness. Focusing on the present moment brings numerous benefits, including stress and anxiety reduction, greater self-awareness, and better mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness and are fully present, we allow ourselves to truly engage with our experiences and emotions, rather than being constantly distracted by regrets or future fears. This increased sense of awareness allows us to gain a better knowledge of ourselves and our environment, promoting personal growth and self-discovery. One way to cultivate the habit of being present is through mindfulness meditation. This type of meditation includes observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing you to fully engage in the current moment. To practice this meditation, simply find a quiet place, sit comfortably, and turn your attention to your breath. As thoughts and emotions arise, recognize them without judgment, and gently guide your attention back to your breath. This practice can be done for just 5 minutes a day and can have a profound effect on your general well-being. Another technique to help you focus on the present moment is to add mindful activities into your daily routine. This can include practices like mindful eating, where you enjoy each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of the food, or mindful walking, where you observe the environment around you and the sensations in your body as you move. By bringing mindfulness into daily tasks, you can develop a greater appreciation for the present moment and become more alert to your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection and self-evaluation. Writing in a book can be an effective way to process your feelings, emotions, and thoughts, helping you become more aware of the present moment. By thinking on your day and finding patterns in your thoughts and behaviors, you can gain valuable insights that will help you stay focused on the present and make more aware choices going forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Whenever you're about to find faults in someone, ask yourself the following question: which of my own faults most resembles what I'm about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential virtues for building resilience and inner strength. They assist us in developing stronger relationships, fostering a more compassionate mindset, and recalling the quote by Marcus Aurelius that reminds us that before judging or criticizing others, we should first reflect on our own imperfections and strive to understand the experiences and feelings of those around us. Practicing humility involves recognizing that we are not infallible and that we can learn from others, regardless of their status or background. By adopting a humble attitude, we become more receptive to feedback and personal growth, enabling us to overcome challenges and adapt to new situations more effectively. To practice humility in your daily life, strive to listen more and speak less. Pay attention to others' ideas and opinions and be open to the possibility that you might be wrong or have something to learn from them. Additionally, be willing to admit your mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This willingness to be vulnerable can help you grow as a person and develop a more resilient mindset. On the other hand, empathy involves putting yourself in someone else's shoes and trying to understand their feelings, thoughts, and experiences. This ability to connect with others on a deeper level can help you navigate difficult situations and strengthen relationships, making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening when conversing with others. Give them your full attention and strive to understand without judgment. Ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper sharing and demonstrate a genuine interest in their feelings and experiences. Volunteering or engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy. Assisting others, especially those in need or facing challenges, can provide a greater understanding of their experiences and emotions, fostering a deeper sense of compassion and empathy. Humility and empathy are key components for building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, engaging in self-reflection, and participating in activities that promote compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble perspective on life. When you wake up in the morning, think about how precious the privilege of being alive is, of breathing, thinking, enjoying, loving. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude in our lives. By focusing on the blessings we have and appreciating the beauty of life, we can cultivate a more positive mindset, enhance our well-being, and build resilience in the face of challenges. There are numerous benefits to embracing gratitude. Studies have shown that people who express gratitude regularly experience increased happiness, improved mental health, stronger relationships, and even better physical health. Grateful individuals tend to be more optimistic, have lower levels of stress and anxiety, and are better equipped to deal with difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, consider starting a gratitude journal. Every day, write down 3 things you're grateful for, no matter how big or small they are. This simple practice can help you shift your attention from the negative aspects of life to the positive, allowing you to recognize and appreciate the good things that often go unnoticed. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing your appreciation to others. Take some time to thank friends, family, and colleagues for their support, kindness, and understanding. By acknowledging the value of their contributions to your life, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also reinforce your own sense of gratitude. Additionally, develop the habit of reflecting on your achievements and accomplishments, as well as the challenges you've overcome. Recognizing your personal growth and the lessons you've learned can help you appreciate the journey you've traveled, cultivating a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. A key role in developing gratitude is paying attention to the present moment. You can notice the small joys and pleasures that often go unnoticed, such as the warmth of the sun on your face or the laughter of a loved one. By savoring these moments, you can nurture a greater sense of gratitude for life's simple gifts. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to enhance your overall well-being, cultivate a positive mindset, and build resilience. By keeping a gratitude journal, expressing appreciation to others, reflecting on personal growth, and practicing mindfulness, you can develop a deeper sense of gratitude for life's many blessings. Lesson 6. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-development. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can cultivate greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to embrace the growth opportunities they offer. Challenges can be avenues for personal growth in various ways. They can help us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our capabilities. Moreover, overcoming adversity can foster a heightened sense of self-confidence as we recognize our ability to face difficult situations and emerge stronger on the other side. To reframe adversity as a chance to learn and grow, begin by adopting a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When confronted with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can acquire from the experience and how it can help you become a better and more capable person. Another technique to help you embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When encountering a difficult situation, try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously transform them into more positive statements, empowering. For instance, if you find yourself thinking, "I will never be able to handle this," rephrase it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also draw inspiration from the stories of other individuals who have overcome adversity and achieved personal growth. Research the lives of famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who faced significant challenges and used them as stepping stones to success. These examples can serve as a powerful reminder of the growth potential and transformation present in every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or counseling professionals when facing adversity. Surrounding yourself with a support network can provide valuable encouragement, advice, and perspectives, helping you see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as a growth opportunity is a fundamental component of building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, practicing thought reframing, seeking inspiration, and relying on a support network, we can learn to view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the crucial role that rational thinking and logic play in our overall happiness and our ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions more effectively, and face challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking is important for overcoming adversity because it allows us to objectively assess the situation, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. When approaching challenges with a logical mindset, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which can often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decisions. One way to develop rational thinking is to practice critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When confronted with a difficult situation, step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there is enough evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are alternative explanations or solutions that you may have overlooked. Another strategy for cultivating rational thinking is to engage in regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thinking patterns. This self-awareness can help us recognize when our thinking might be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to redirect our thoughts toward a more logical approach. It's also important to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can often interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help you manage your emotions more effectively, creating the mental space necessary for logical and clear thinking. Finally, consider seeking opportunities to learn and develop your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, such as solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can help enhance your logical thinking abilities and increase your capacity to face adversity with reason and clarity. Being guided by reason is a vital component of overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and improving problem-solving skills, we can develop a more rational mindset that enables us to approach life's challenges with greater clarity and success. Lesson 8. Cultivating inner peace. The soul is dyed with the color of its thoughts. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the profound impact our thoughts have on our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential for building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it enables us to face challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of calmness. Inner peace holds importance for several reasons. Firstly, it assists us in managing stress and anxiety more effectively. When at peace with ourselves, we are better equipped to deal with the pressures and uncertainties that life inevitably presents. This emotional equilibrium can help prevent burnout, reduce the risk of mental health issues, and promote the overall well-being. Secondly, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds aren't clouded by emotional turbulence, we can approach challenges with greater clarity and focus, enabling us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. An effective way to cultivate inner peace is to engage in activities that bring joy and relaxation. This can include spending time in nature, dedicating yourself to hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and engaging in soul-nourishing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves and promote a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also essential to develop healthy mechanisms for dealing with stress and negative emotions. This may involve practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activities such as yoga or hiking. These techniques can help redirect attention and restore emotional equilibrium. Lastly, consider adopting a regular gratitude practice. As discussed earlier, by focusing on the positive aspects of your life and expressing gratitude for the blessings you have, you can cultivate a more optimistic perspective and promote inner peace. Lesson 9. Embrace what is spiritually superior, regardless of what others think or do. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius encourages us to practice detachment from external events and circumstances, focusing on our internal values and spiritual growth. Instead of seeking validation or satisfaction from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. Detachment allows us to maintain a sense of equanimity and emotional stability even in the face of adversity or challenging situations. It also helps us avoid becoming overly attached to outcomes, possessions, or others' opinions, which can lead to stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in everyday life, start by becoming more aware of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Pay attention to how you respond to situations and practice observing your emotions and thoughts without clinging excessively to them. This increased self-awareness can help you recognize when you might be overly invested in external circumstances and make a conscious effort to redirect your focus inward. Another tip for practicing detachment is to regularly remind yourself of the impermanent nature of life. Acknowledge that possessions, relationships, and circumstances are subject to change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these sources is ultimately futile. Instead, strive to find contentment and inner fulfillment by focusing on your personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of identity and knowing your core values can also help you cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that may not align with your values. Take time to reflect on your core beliefs and use them as a guiding force in your decisions and actions. Lastly, engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices can help you deepen your connection with your inner self, fostering a sense of detachment from external influences and encouraging a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. Practicing detachment from external events and circumstances can be a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can develop a sense of detachment that enables you to face life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Do not surrender to dreams of having what you do not yet possess, but calculate the main blessings you have, and then remember with gratitude how you longed for them. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of perseverance and continuous momentum in overcoming adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already possess and maintaining a growth mindset, we can continue to progress and evolve even in the face of challenges. Perseverance is crucial for overcoming adversity, as it enables us to overcome obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving forward toward our goals with steady momentum. To maintain motivation and a growth mindset, begin by setting clear and achievable goals that align with your values and passions. With a clear vision of what you want to achieve, you can stay focused and motivated even in the presence of obstacles or setbacks. Break down your goals into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress along the way to sustain motivation. Another suggestion for maintaining motivation is to practice self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are natural parts of life, and treat yourself with kindness and understanding when facing difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and stay motivated to keep moving forward, even in the face of adversity. Furthermore, surrounding yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals can help maintain motivation and a growth mindset. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups who share your values and goals and draw inspiration and encouragement from their successes and experiences. Set aside time to regularly reflect on your progress and accomplishments. Recognize the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've acquired, and the growth you've experienced along the way. This reflection can help maintain a sense of continuous momentum and inspire you to keep overcoming challenges and pursuing your goals. Maintaining perseverance and ongoing momentum is essential for overcoming adversity and building resilience. By setting clear goals, practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with support, and reflecting on your progress, you can sustain motivation and keep moving forward, regardless of the challenges life may present. We have just explored 10 powerful life lessons drawn from the meditations of Marcus Aurelius, which can assist us in building resilience and inner strength. These lessons provide insights into controlling our perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, developing humility and empathy, practicing gratitude, embracing diversity as an opportunity for growth, being guided by reason, cultivating inner peace, practicing detachment, and maintaining continuous momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can promote personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more meaningful and purpose-driven lives. It's important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey, and implementing these lessons requires time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges and setbacks, turn to the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to incorporate the principles he so eloquently expressed. In doing so, you will not only become more resilient and resourceful in the face of adversity, but you will also discover a greater sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. You've probably heard the saying, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." Today, we're going to look at that idea through a Stoic lens. Epictetus was a great Stoic philosopher who once said, "Associate with those who elevate you, individuals whose presence draws out your finest qualities." We'll talk about the 7 types of people who can stop you from learning Stoic philosophy and why it's important to think twice about staying friends with them. People you should stay away from. 1. We all have that one friend, family member, or neighbor who always seems to find something wrong with everything, like the weather, their job, or even the food at a fast food chain. They never pass up a chance to say how unhappy they are. Now you might be thinking, why should this bother me? I can just ignore them. Well, that's not so easy. Being around this kind of criticism on a regular basis can be hard on your mental health. Your mental energy is slowly being drained like a tap that leaks. Stoicism tells us to stop dwelling on problems and instead focus on things we can do to fix them. Let's say you're working on a project with someone who always has something bad to say. Every meeting is just a bunch of people complaining without any useful conversation. The team's mood goes down, and you lose focus on finding answers that can be put into action. You'll probably become less and less interested in the job, and maybe even in life in general. How does Stoicism help us deal with someone who is always complaining? You can use a number of different methods. First, try to spend less time with this person whenever you can. The second thing you can do if you can't do that, maybe because they're a family member or co-worker, is to mentally separate yourself from them while they complain. Think of their concerns as a passing storm, loud and scary, but only for a short time. They can't move the rock that is your own inner peace. The third thing you can do is bring up ideas or change the topic to something more positive. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This timeless Stoic wisdom tells us to carefully guard our mental peace, making sure that the negativity of people who always complain doesn't sway us from our path of virtue and resilience. 2. What is the drama magnet? Imagine that your life is like a ship moving through calm seas. Then you come across the drama magnet, which is like a whirlpool. There seems to be a never-ending stream of crises, conflicts, or issues with this person, and they have the unsettling ability to pull you into their tornado of chaos. When you first meet the drama magnet, you might be drawn to their energy and think it's fire or excitement. What you won't realize at first is that being in their area is like steering a ship through a storm, dangerous and tiring. Having to deal with people who cause a lot of stress is hard because their problems can often feel like your own. You might even get caught up in fights you had nothing to do with at first because of how chaotic they are. As an example, let's say you have a friend who often fights with other people in your social group. They won't talk to Sarah today. Tomorrow, it will be Tom. When your friend comes to you for help, you see that this circle never ends. Suddenly, you're at odds with Sarah or Tom because you tried to stop it. A method called reflective listening could help you in this situation. Don't give them advice or take a side. Instead, repeat what they say. If they say, "I can't believe Sarah said that about me," you could say, "So you're feeling betrayed by Sarah's words." This way, you can offer emotional support without getting involved in the drama yourself. To become deliberately absent is another way to do it, which may seem counterintuitive. Stoicism tells us to value our time very highly, and that can mean not being available for other people's problems, especially if they keep happening without getting better. For example, turn off your phone at certain times and set aside time to focus on work or personal growth. Let people know that they shouldn't bother you during these times. True happiness is to enjoy the present without worrying about the future, as Seneca said. This can help you a lot when you're working with people who like to cause trouble. Don't worry about what crisis will happen next. Instead, focus on the here and now, where you have control. Have fun with your life, and don't let someone else's problems upset you. Be sure to sail your ship quietly and stay away from whirlpools that could get in the way of your journey to peace and personal growth. There are 3. Imagine that you are an artist painting a canvas, says the naysayer. Every stroke of the brush gives your image more color, depth, and life. Here comes the doubter. They come into your office, take a quick look at your work, and then start criticizing it right away. Are you sure about that color? It doesn't look real. You know, most artists never make it. Their words start to dull your bright canvas like gray paint strokes. This isn't your typical helpful feedback. It's an air of doubt and negativity that won't go away. Let's say, for example, you're excited about starting a new job. You know a lot about the subject, have talked to experts, and may have even taken some basic classes. When you tell someone how excited you are about something, they quickly come up with all the reasons why it won't work out. You start to feel their worries as your own, and your sure vision starts to shake. The market is too competitive. Do you have the right skills? What if you fail? You may be close to someone who doesn't believe in you. How do you deal with them? Asking them for help instead of just telling them about your plans or goals is an unusual but effective way to get what you want. People who are given the opportunity to advise you are less likely to attack your ideas directly and are more likely to give you more useful feedback. Using a practice called positive confrontation to change the script is another way to do it. Instead of taking their bad moods on yourself, ask them to come up with answers. If they say, "You'll never be able to switch careers at this point," ask them, "How do you think someone could successfully make a career change?" This will not only stop the negative tone of voice, but it will also lead to a more positive conversation. Keep in mind what the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said: "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening doesn't mean taking in everyone's bad vibes. It means separating useful information from useless noise. Once the doubters begin to cover your painting with their shades of grey, step back. 4. The victim. Imagine that life is a game of chess where everyone has the same pieces and the goal is to checkmate the other player's king. You plan ahead, give up some things, and take some chances. But the target thinks that every bad move is because of the board, the pieces, or even the other player. In their minds, they are always in checkmate, not because they want to be, but because someone or something else is working against them. Their story is a never-ending one of misery, with them as the helpless main character. While it's important to recognize that some people really do have hard times and structural problems, the victim we're talking about always uses their situation as an excuse and won't take responsibility for their actions or lack of actions. You might get caught up in their story, maybe as the one-dimensional secondary figure who always has to save them. Let's say you've spent hours listening to a friend complain about how all of their bad relationships were their fault. This not only takes up your time, but it may also gently make you feel like a victim in your own life. What should you do when you come across a victim, especially if they are someone close to you? Asking them open-ended questions that make them think about their situation is an unusual but effective way to help them. Ask them things like, "What do you think you could do differently in this situation?" Or, "How do you see yourself taking control of this part of your life?" instead of giving them answers or solving all of their problems. You could also be understanding and kind, but don't try to save them from problems they need to solve on their own. Listen to them, but don't try to solve all of their problems for them. Remember what the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said: "The best way to get back at someone who hurt you is to be unlike them." Stop yourself from becoming the victim if you find yourself getting caught up in their story. Remember that in the chess game of life, being in checkmate all the time is often a choice, not a fate. Take control of your own game board and make your moves. Move your pieces forward, give up things strategically when you have to, and don't play for payback or sympathy. Play for growth and knowledge. 5th, there is the toxic positivist. You know the person, the one who always sends out rainbows, sunshine, and a never-ending stream of emojis. They're the ones who tell you to just be happy when things are hard, ignoring your feelings and experiences with a careless wave of shiny positivity. Imagine that your life is a garden. There are flowers, but there are also weeds and bugs. A toxic positivist, on the other hand, won't see anything that isn't a rose in bloom. Got aphids on your leaves? Just focus on the flowers. Don't let negativity into your garden, they'd tell. Even though it sounds positive, the way they do things can make you feel rejected and cut off from reality. Let's say you're having a hard time with a breakup. You're feeling down, confused, and need to find some mental balance. As the toxic positivist says, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Just smile and be happy. This kind of over-positivity doesn't take into account how complicated emotions are or how hard life can be. What can you do to take care of your garden without letting toxic positivists walk all over it with their good vibes only? One way to deal with this is to start a conversation that includes both light and dark. When they say, "Look on the bright side, at least you have your health," you can reply, "Yes, I'm grateful for my health, but it's also okay for me to feel upset about this specific issue." Both can coexist. You can also use what psychologists call emotional granularity, which is the capacity to feel and tell the difference between a variety of feelings, both positive and negative. When the toxic positivist tells you to just be happy, name the complex feelings that you're having. "I'm a little down today because of reason, and that's okay," can be a freeing statement. Seneca once said, "True happiness is to understand our duties toward God and man, to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." This means that you should know your duties, which aren't always nice, and enjoy the present. Focusing only on the positive or the negative is not part of a Stoic attitude. Rather, it involves accepting the complexity of life with calm. Now you know what to do when a toxic positivist throws paper on your well-kept garden. Step back. Remember that a garden needs both sun and rain to grow, and allow all of your feelings to come out. Keep giving your garden the care it needs to become as rich and complicated as it can be. Number 6. The manipulator. Think of your life as a story for a movie. You are the main character, and you know how the story should go, including where the turns should be and who your friends and guides should be. You also know what your final act should look like. Here comes the manipulator, the shady director who changes your script in a sneaky way that you don't even notice, until you wake up one day and find that the plot has gone off track. The manipulator knows how to use emotions or thoughts to get what they want. They could charm you, make you feel bad, or even lie to you to get you to do what they want. If you want to pay for dinner with a friend, they might say something like, "You know, I've been having a rough month and you're so successful. It wouldn't mean much to you, but it would make my day better." Over time, you realize that they're taking advantage of your kindness, but it's hard to tell them because they said it was a favor for a friend in need. It can be hard to deal with a manipulator. A way to fight back against their tricks is what some experts call fugging. This means agreeing with the manipulator on any truth they say, but not giving in to emotional pressure. If they say, "You've been doing so well, you should pay for dinner," you could say, "You're right, I have been doing well, but let's split the bill like we always do." Another option is to make clear rules and stick to them. Learn how to politely say no when the manipulator wants you to lend them money or do things you don't want to do. Be cool and make sure your words are clear. Setting a limit like, "I can't lend you money, but I'm here to offer emotional support," keeps the friendship strong. Get ideas from the way Stoics think. According to Epictetus, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. The manipulator loves it when you react in a predictable way. They can use your guilt, your desire to be liked, or your kindness against you. You're taking back control of your story when you choose a different response. Remember that you are the one with the pen if you discover a manipulator in your life. You write your own story, and even if there are many other players in it, the main character, who is you, should always be led by your own choices and values. Take back your plot, and don't let anyone change the story of your life. Vampire of Time number 7. Imagine that your daily life is a symphony that was carefully put together. Each instrument stands for a responsibility or job, and when they are all played together, they make a perfect balance. But then the time vampire joins in, screaming out of tune, drowning out the music, and obstructing the flow of your life. Individuals who constantly request your time and attention without usually offering much in return are known as time thieves. You might have a friend who always calls you to have long, boring chats that keep you tired and behind schedule, or a coworker who always calls you to talk about unimportant things, which makes you miss deadlines. You can't just waste time with time vampires. They also get in the way of your attention, work, and peace of mind. It's important to be clear about your availability and limits when dealing with time vampires. Let them know when you're available for calls or meetings, and when you need to focus on work without interruptions. Tell them to be as careful with your time as you are with theirs. You could also try changing their requests to include better or more useful ways to communicate. For instance, if a friend likes to talk on the phone for long periods of time without getting anywhere, suggest that they use text messages or emails for short, focused updates or questions. You can get back control of your time and keep it from slipping away if you do this. Stoic thought is all about figuring out what you can control and what you can't. People who are time thieves will often try to take over your schedule and attention. You can regain control by setting limits and planning how you spend your time. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short space of time, but that we waste much of it." Surrounding yourself with positive people who share your beliefs will help you learn more about Stoicism and grow as a person. You can protect your mental health, concentrate on what really matters, and travel your Stoic journey with virtue and peace by recognizing and avoiding these 7 types of individuals: the complainer, the drama magnet, the naysayer, the victim, the toxic positivist, the manipulator, and the time vampire. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." Every thought, every spark of curiosity shapes who you become. As you listen to this, picture a version of yourself that is even smarter, more insightful, and full of newfound wisdom. It's not a dream, it's a real possibility, and in this part of the video, you'll learn 10 powerful Stoic techniques to boost your intelligence. Take this chance to explore every facet of yourself. Let's start. 1. Embracing change as Stoics embrace change. Teacher, change is a constant. Seasons shift, technology evolves, and even our favorite snacks might get a new recipe. While many of us resist change, fearing the unknown or the loss of what's familiar, the Stoics viewed change as a natural part of life and a profound teacher. Think about it. Every time you've grown, hasn't it been accompanied by change? Whether it's moving to a new city, starting a new job, or even reading a book that shifts your perspective, change pushes us out of our comfort zones and challenges us to adapt. This adaptation, this learning to thrive amidst change, is what sharpens our intelligence and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, a beacon of Stoic wisdom, once mused, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." This perspective is both refreshing and empowering. Instead of viewing change as a loss, we can see it as an opportunity, a chance to learn, adapt, and grow. Now, embracing change doesn't mean we should recklessly chase after every new trend or constantly upend our lives. Instead, it's about developing a flexible mindset. It's about understanding that change, whether big or small, is an opportunity to learn something new. When we approach change with curiosity rather than fear, we not only navigate life's ups and downs with grace, but also continuously expand our knowledge and understanding. Next time you encounter a change, whether it's new software at work or a detour on your usual route home, take a deep breath and embrace it. Remember, every change is a lesson waiting to be learned, and with each lesson, our intelligence grows. 2. Embracing discomfort. For Stoics embrace discomfort for growth. When we think of comfort, we often imagine a cozy bed, our favorite TV show, or perhaps a warm cup of cocoa on a cold day. But what if I told you that the path to true intelligence and wisdom often lies outside of this comfort zone? Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has stood the test of time, teaches us that embracing discomfort can be a powerful tool for personal growth. Imagine you're faced with a challenging task, like learning a new language or mastering a musical instrument. It's tempting to give up when things get tough, or to avoid these challenges altogether. But the Stoics believed that it's precisely these moments of discomfort that offer the greatest opportunities for growth. By pushing through the unease and the struggle, we not only gain new skills, but also develop resilience and mental toughness that can serve us in all areas of life. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The obstacle is the way." This means that the very challenges and obstacles we face are not barriers to our growth, but rather the path itself. By reframing our mindset and viewing discomfort as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, we can harness its power to propel us forward. Think of Stoic wisdom the next time you face a challenging task or uncomfortable situation. Embrace the discomfort and know that with each hurdle you overcome, you're not only becoming smarter, but also building a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. Imagine a painter who has been working on a piece for hours. Sometimes the best thing they can do to see the painting's true essence is to step back, take a break, and return with fresh eyes. But this is altogether a mark of the most common sort of men, for it is in your power whenever you shall choose to retire into yourself. This Stoic wisdom highlights that true retreat isn't about physical distance, but about finding space within ourselves, away from the constant pull of external demands. In today's hyper-connected era, the idea of disengaging might seem counterintuitive, yet it's more crucial than ever. It doesn't mean abandoning our responsibilities or shirking our duties. Instead, it's about setting aside intentional moments, be it a few minutes or a few days, to disconnect, reflect, and simply be. This could be as simple as taking a walk without your phone, practicing deep breathing exercises, or dedicating a day to unplugged activities. By practicing deliberate disengagement, we give our minds the space they need to process, learn, and grow. It's a counterbalance to the constant engagement of modern life, and in this balance, we find a path to greater intelligence and deeper understanding. So, as you navigate the demands of today, remember the power of stepping back, if only for a moment, to rediscover clarity and purpose. 4. Stoicism means maintaining lifelong learning. The end of formal education, be it school or college, doesn't mark the end of learning. If anything, it's just the beginning. The Stoics believed that every day presents new opportunities to learn, grow, and refine our understanding of the world. This concept of lifelong learning isn't about amassing degrees or certifications. It's about nurturing a genuine curiosity and thirst for knowledge that lasts a lifetime. Think about a child's wonder when they encounter something new. Their eyes light up, questions pour out, and their imagination runs wild. As adults, it's easy to lose this sense of wonder amidst the responsibilities and routines of daily life. But what if we could reignite that spark? What if we approached each day with the same eagerness to learn and discover? Epictetus, with his profound simplicity, stated, "Only the educated are free." At its core, this isn't just about formal education. It's about the freedom that comes from understanding, from broadening our horizons, and from continuously seeking knowledge. When we commit to lifelong learning, we equip ourselves with the tools to navigate the complexities of life with grace and wisdom. In today's digital age, the resources to learn are at our fingertips, from online courses to podcasts, from documentaries to interactive apps. The avenues to expand our knowledge are endless. But lifelong learning isn't just about consuming content. It's about reflection, application, and sharing. It's about taking what we learn and weaving it into the tapestry of our lives, making us richer in thought and deeper in understanding. As you move forward, keep in mind that every day is a classroom, every interaction a lesson, and every challenge an opportunity to learn. Embrace the journey of lifelong learning and watch as your intelligence, wisdom, and understanding soar to new heights. 5. Cultivate gratitude as a gateway to wisdom. At first glance, gratitude might seem like an emotion, a fleeting feeling we experience when someone does something kind for us. But the Stoics saw gratitude in a different light. For them, gratitude wasn't just an emotion, it was a practice, a lens through which we can view the world and, in turn, deepen our understanding and intelligence. Gratitude pushes us to recognize the value in every moment, every interaction, and every challenge. When we're grateful, we're more attuned to the lessons life offers. Instead of lamenting what we lack, we celebrate what we have, and in that celebration, we find clarity, perspective, and a deeper appreciation for the intricacies of life. Marcus Aurelius, in his Moments of Reflection, penned, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This isn't just a call to be thankful for another day, it's an invitation to approach each day with wonder, curiosity, and gratitude. By doing so, we open ourselves up to the countless lessons and insights that each moment holds. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the race, to focus on what's next, and to overlook the present. But by cultivating a practice of gratitude, we ground ourselves in the now. We become more observant, more reflective, and more open to the wisdom that surrounds us. Whether it's the happiness in a child's laughter, the lesson in a failed project, or the beauty in a sunset, gratitude makes it easier to see, learn, and grow. As you go through life, remember to stop and give thanks every day, in the big and the small things. After all, gratitude is not only the way to happiness, it's also the way to more intelligence, understanding, and wisdom. Stoics practice observing things with awareness. 6th, the power of paying attention. When we observe mindfully, we become active participants in the world, soaking up knowledge and insights from our surroundings. As one of the most important Stoic thinkers said, "Time discovers truth." This idea can be applied to the practice of mindful observation. When we take the time to really observe, we find truths about the world, about other people, and about ourselves. We start to see patterns, make connections, and get a better grasp on life's complexities. Today, screens and other distractions are everywhere, so taking a moment to just observe might not seem like the best idea. But it's in these quiet moments of observation that our minds can grow and our intelligence can soar. Whether we're watching the waves on the beach, the busy life in a city square, or even the way light filters through the leaves of a tree, there's a world of information waiting to be discovered. 7th, how to listen actively. Stoics learn how to listen actively. We've all been there. We're sitting there nodding our heads while our minds are elsewhere, maybe on our to-do list, the latest TV show, or what we're going to eat for dinner. But the Stoics knew something very important. Real intelligence isn't just talking, it's listening, and not just hearing words. It's really understanding them. Active listening is more than just not talking when someone else talks. It means being there, giving them your full attention, and trying to fully understand their point of view. It means asking questions, showing empathy, and not judging them or planning a response right away. Not only are we being polite when we listen, but we're also learning new things, seeing things from different points of view, and expanding our horizons. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This isn't just a joke. It's a profound insight into human nature. When we really listen, we open ourselves up to a vast world of knowledge and experiences that can enrich our minds and souls. People today value quick answers and clever comebacks, but pausing, listening, and thinking has a lot of power. Active listening not only improves our relationships, but it also makes us smarter, more empathetic, and more connected to the world around us. So the next time you're talking to someone, challenge yourself to really listen. You might be surprised at what you learn. Eighth, try to find peace among the noise. Stoics look for peace. There are a lot of sounds, notifications, and distractions around us all the time. From the buzz of our phones to the constant hum of chatter, it's hard to find a moment of true silence. But the Stoics thought that these times, when we tune out the noise and connect with our inner selves, were necessary for deep reflection and growth. Not having any noise around isn't the same thing as silence. Silence is a place where our thoughts can live. It's a safe place where we can face our feelings, think about what we did, and plan our next steps. By regularly seeking out these moments of silence, we give our minds the space they need to grow, think critically, and become smarter. Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher, once said, "We suffer more often in our imagination than in reality." This reminds us that many of our worries and fears are made up by us and are made worse by all the noise around us. By taking a step back and focusing on silence, we can tell the difference between real and imagined worries, which lets us deal with the real ones and let go of the imagined ones. It's not about escaping the world, it's about finding balance. Even a few minutes of silence each day, perhaps during a morning walk or before bed, can make a significant difference over time. This practice not only sharpens our intelligence, but also brings clarity, peace, and a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. 9. The value of different kinds of conversations. Stoics welcome different kinds of interactions. Interactions. One of the best things about life is getting to know people from different cultures, backgrounds, and walks of life. Each person brings a wealth of experiences and knowledge to the table. The Stoics were wise enough to know that our intelligence isn't just formed by reading books or thinking about things by yourself, but also by the mosaic of people we interact with. Think about this. Every conversation is a chance to learn something new. Whether you're talking to a barista about their hometown, a co-worker from a different department, or your grandparents about your childhood, every conversation gives you a new angle and a new piece of the puzzle that is life. It's said by the Stoic philosopher Seneca, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." This is great advice, but it's also important to remember that improvement doesn't always come from experts or mentors. Sometimes the deepest insights come from the strangest places. By being open to different kinds of interactions, we expose ourselves to more ideas, stories, and experiences. It's not necessary to start a conversation with everyone you meet, but it is important to be open and interested, and to know that everyone, no matter their status or background, has something valuable to share. In a world where it's easy to stay in our comfort zones and echo chambers, going out and seeking out different interactions can be a powerful way to grow. So look for chances to interact with a range of people as you go through your day. 10. Stoics would rather be curious than judge. Choosing to be curious over making decisions. We make snap decisions about what we like, what we don't like, who we follow, and who we don't follow with the swipe of a finger. But what if, instead of judging, we stopped and chose to be curious? Stoicism teaches us that being curious can be a profound way to get smarter and understand the world around us better. As with any muscle, curiosity gets stronger with use. When we go into situations, people, or ideas with an open mind, We give ourselves the chance to learn and grow. We don't ignore something because it's new or different. Instead, we ask questions and try to understand it. This not only expands our horizons, but it also makes us more empathetic and compassionate. Epictetus, a wise Stoic philosopher, said, "It is impossible for a person to begin to learn what he thinks he already knows." This great quote is a powerful reminder that when we think we know everything, we close ourselves off to the vast knowledge the world has to offer. By being curious, we realize that there's always more to learn, and in that way, we become lifelong learners. Our world is getting noisier and more distracting, and it's easy to get caught up in the busyness of life and forget to stop, look around, and really listen. But if we choose curiosity over judgment, we can break out of this cycle. We can connect with the world around us more deeply, learn from different points of view, and become smarter in ways we never thought possible. Marcus Aurelius said that your own mind is the only place that is truly peaceful and free from disturbances. Take a break to talk to your soul, and then come back to face what's waiting for you. Marcus Aurelius ruled as Emperor of Rome from 161 to 180 AD. People think of him as the last of the 5 good rulers. During his lifetime, he wrote a collection of personal pieces called Meditations. In them, he always pushed people to find peace in their lives. While he frequently highlighted the importance of rising early and making the most of the day in his meditations, he also highlighted the significance of taking time to calm down and turn inward. We have a good idea of his nightly routine thanks to his records. Marcus Aurelius would have done 7 different things in the evening or late afternoon. In this part of the movie, we'll look at how we can follow or change this routine for our modern lives. Let us begin. Number 1. Get rid of outside stimulation. You have the power to go inside whenever you want, according to Marcus Aurelius. It is known that Marcus Aurelius took time to relax in the evenings. While he is best known for his advice to live each day as if it were the last, he also believed in making time to find retreat within his own mind in order to renew himself. To free himself from worry or bad thoughts, he did this, getting away from outside stimuli and finding worth in self-reflection. External inputs are things that happen outside of the body or things that our senses tell us. These days, we are constantly being affected by outside factors, especially when we use technology and connect with other people. Today, we put too much on our plates in order to meet the shallow needs of society. Our days are full of commitments, meetings, emails, due dates, and chores. We give up our freedom and peace of mind, and no matter how hard we try to balance work and personal life, we always feel tired, stressed, and overwhelmed when we get home. Usually, our evening routine consists of watching TV, getting up on social media, or trying to answer those last-minute emails. We need to cut down on the distractions and clear our thoughts. So, the time you set aside for yourself at night should be spent on your routine. Getting rid of many of the things you usually do in the evening and changing them with new things that will really help you relax and focus on yourself is likely what this means. This means turning off technology at least half an hour before bed and trying to relax. A guided 5-minute meditation, a body scan, or a breathing exercise are all easy ways to do this. Mindfulness meditations can help you slow down a mind that is racing and pay attention to your body. Incorporating this kind of meditation into your evening routine can have a profoundly beneficial effect because it can serve as a personal retreat. Meditation has been shown to lower stress, boost happiness, and make sleep much better. A break from the busy world and a retreat to your peaceful self should be part of your sleep routine. Watching a lot of TV shows, playing video games, hanging out with friends, or looking through social media might seem like a good way to relax, but they don't really help you calm down. In fact, they keep you from getting it, And even though sleep is important, it's not always enough to get you back to normal after a busy day. Something that lets your mind shut off needs to be a part of a truly relaxed nighttime routine. Number 2, make time to exercise. Marcus Aurelius says it is inappropriate for a man to age without appreciating the beauty and strength of his body. Marcus Aurelius knew the importance of physical exercise even though he lived nearly 2,000 years ago. He believed that you can't have a good mind without a healthy body. The Stoics believed that even a straightforward exercise routine could teach us valuable life lessons like fortitude, self-improvement, discipline, beating challenges, and boosting confidence. They knew that doing exercises to improve their self-mastery skills was more important than doing them to get support from other people. There was a time when the Stoics knew that trying to get a perfect body just to show off rarely leads to real happiness. I'm too tired. I have a big meeting tomorrow and don't want to be sore. And I'm so stressed at work that I can't even think about exercising are common reasons why we don't exercise. Exercise has many benefits for both physical and mental health, so we shouldn't totally ignore it as part of our routine. Any kind of exercise, like playing sports or going to the gym, is beneficial because it creates endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that make us feel good and lower stress. The exercise you do in the evening may even help you fall asleep faster, making you feel rested and ready for the next day. To clear your mind, you could also incorporate the concept of going for a quick evening walk. Also, pay attention to the air and the world around you as you walk. While you walk at night, take your mind off of the things that you thought about during the day and focus on the stars. Your mind will be cleared from a long day, and you will be ready for a good night's rest by gently moving your body and taking in the beauty of nature. Number 3, think back on the day. Nothing has the power to widen the mind like being able to look into everything that comes under thy notice in life in a methodical and honest way, according to Marcus Aurelius. Stoic philosophers believed that morning and night were the best times to think. By recording your thoughts in a morning book and reviewing the day that has passed, you can get ready for the next day. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations with the goal of achieving personal focus by reviewing his own daily life and thoughts. He kept a close eye on what he did and decided every day. The Stoics emphasized the importance of being aware of one's own deeds and highlighted the importance of taking time at the end of each day to reflect on what transpired in order to become more aware in general. Stoics called this kind of attention that brings self-awareness to one's actions and checks whether they are in line with one's higher self. Stoics thought of this kind of daily reflection as being like arguing your case in court. You remember and rate your day by looking at the things you did and decided each day, and then going over them in a planned way. Do not use this as a way to judge others. Instead, treat it as a caring review that will help you make better choices in the future. By allocating time before bed to reflect on the day that has just passed, go over each moment from the time you woke up until now and think about the different decisions and actions you took. You can incorporate this kind of daily review into your nighttime routine. What did you accomplish successfully today? How did you feel at the time? What parts of your day made you feel bad? What can you use today to help you grow? What would you have liked to get done today but didn't? In Stoic thought, daily reflections are very important. To get ready for the next day, they help us by writing down what we wanted to get done today. Also, they help us figure out if the things we do every day are in line with the person we really want to be. For instance, when you think back on your day, you might remember a bad experience you had because of a mistake while getting your morning coffee. You'll be able to describe exactly how this exchange made you feel bad and annoyed. You'll talk about how long you thought about the meeting and how it made you feel in the morning. You can think about how you would have liked to handle the situation differently, or how that contact didn't really matter in the grand scheme of your day. Making yourself aware of this event will help you be more mindful the next time something similar happens. A very important part of living a Stoic life is setting aside time at night to look over your daily progress. Think about your own inner knowledge, which is number 4. A sage is someone who is respected for their wisdom, judgment, and skill in a specific area. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, mastery of reading and writing requires a master, even more so in life. A lot of people look up to this wise man. Stoics took time to think about their teachers and whether their deeds were in line with those of the sage. Marcus Aurelius saw Zeno as his sage because he was the founder of Stoic philosophy, and he often asked himself, what would Zeno do? You should have a clear idea of who this person is, so you can think about whether your actions are in line with your role model. As part of your bedtime routine, think about your role model and ask yourself, did you act the way your role model would have? How can you make tomorrow better so your life is more like your role model's? What traits of your role model did you see in yourself today? You can increase your awareness of your choices for tomorrow and make you a better person, the kind of person you really admire, by adding a few minutes to your nightly routine to think about the situations you experienced today and whether you replied as you believe your role model would have. Number 5. Look at things from a bigger picture. Marcus Aurelius said, consider the matter in its entirety, of which you possess the smallest part, and time in its entirety, of which a brief and momentary period has been assigned to you, and the works of destiny, and how small is your portion in them. If you want to see life from a different angle, Marcus Aurelius says to look at it from above. Taking a view from above means seeing your life from a bigger picture and watching yourself and your day as if you were a third person, so you can get rid of your own feelings and worries. It is known that Aurelius thought about his life from the point of view of the universe in the evenings to get past his own narrow view. There are numerous distractions in the world today. We are constantly being distracted by ads, news, views, and other things when we leave the house. We talk on the phone, listen to the radio, watch TV, or use the computer when we're not at work or with our family. It's all making me mentally tired. It's tough to find room to breathe and think. Apps, games, movies, and TV shows all keep our attention. And the fact that we frequently focus on other things makes it hard for us to deal with our problems, worries, stresses, and obligations. The Stoic exercise of adopting a higher viewpoint can assist with this by elevating our perspective above our own. You can begin by setting aside some time in the evening to be still and watch your body, your home, and the people you live with. Don't just think about how you feel. Think about what problems, hopes, and fears they may have. Next, take a step back and look at your own city. All the people who live there have unique lives that you don't know anything about. Like you, they have goals, dreams, and fears. Consider all the people on Earth. All our lives are spread across countries, social groups, races, and cultures. Keep expanding your view to see your country and then the entire planet. Consider the challenges that some people who do not have as much are going through. Keep expanding to include the whole world, the solar system, and everything else that exists. When we look at ourselves from above, we realize that we are not different individuals who are not related to the things around us. Instead, we see that we are a part of a bigger whole and are involved in everything around us. We can see ourselves and our problems more clearly when we look at ourselves from the outside. We can see our fears, anxieties, and problems more clearly and with less feeling when we step back from them. This also gives us a better chance of figuring out what causes them and how to fix them. it gets easier to understand how things fit together. This exercise might help you feel better after someone insulted you. Putting things in perspective makes it a lot easier to get past the mental problems we face. Small differences and arguments look like nothing when compared to this. When we think about other people's problems or how big space is, many of our own problems seem small. Number 6. Spend time with your family. Marcus Aurelius explains, "Those who live longer and those who will die soonest lose the same thing. For the present is all that they can give up, since that is all you have, and what you do not have, you cannot lose." Marcus Aurelius liked to spend time with his family at the end of the day. It was clear that he loved his wife and children a lot. He didn't forget about them, even though he was important, popular, and very busy. He loved them. He valued that thing right in front of him, which was truly the most important thing in his life, and then he wished them good night. In the evening, he would tuck his children into bed and kiss them, silently telling himself, "Don't rush this. It might be the last time you do it." As long as he was lucky enough to live, he did this over and over again. It was a practice for the Stoics to think about death, to remind themselves that life is short. An Australian nurse who was famous for caring for people who were dying said that one of the things that dying people most often wish they had done is spend more time with their family. Due to the pressures of modern life, many of her patients were sad that they were missing out on their children's childhood and the company of their partners. Even when families do get together, many parents say that time is spent in silence in front of the TV because kids are reading, playing video games, or are just too tired to talk. Families spend just over half an hour together during the week. To be like the Stoics, we should often think about our own deaths and remind ourselves that one day we or our children will not wake up to enjoy the beauty of life. This will help us make changes like spending more time with our families and telling them we love them more often. Adequate family time is a key factor in fostering strong bonds, love, ties, and relationships between family members. Spending time with family helps children deal with challenges, gives them a sense of safety, instills family values, and boosts their confidence. Number 7. Get ready for the mornings. Marcus Aurelius says, "Do not put things off." Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of rising early every morning. He did this to set up a morning routine that made the most of every moment. Because of this, sleep was meant to be a healing process, not a time to be lazy. A morning routine was very important to Aurelius. In fact, he started part of his morning routine the night before when he got ready for the next day. Stoics used to plan their days ahead of time by setting aside time in the morning to do this. They did this by thinking about what they wanted to accomplish that day, preparing for various scenarios, and thinking about who they were. The morning and evening were both good times for many Stoics to think about these things. To begin, you can get ready the night before to make getting up easier. This could entail choosing your clothes for the following day, preparing your bag for work, or having a clear morning routine to follow. For example, it's like a list of things you need to do, but you don't have to think about what to do because you chose it the night before. Remember this: the more choices you make during the day, the less useful they are. Think about small things like what to wear in the morning instead of big things. This will make waking up more comfortable and is beneficial for your health. Not only will it assist you with your morning routine, but it can also lessen your worry about the tasks you have to complete when you wake up if you prepare for the following day during your bedtime routine. What do you do when someone is rude? It can be very upsetting and stressful to deal with disrespect, which is a common problem in life. But what if we could learn from Stoicism, an old theory that tells us how to deal with tough situations in a wise and kind way? We will look at 10 useful Stoic principles that can help us deal with disrespect better in this part of the video. Let's begin. 1. Don't get upset. Stoics maintain composure. Stoicism says that what bothers us is how we think about what happens to us, not what actually happens to us. People are troubled by their perceptions of things, not by the things themselves, as Epictetus once said. This means that rudeness is not naturally harmful or offensive. It's how we think about and judge it that makes us hurt or angry. When someone treats you badly, remember that their actions are based on their own thoughts, feelings and views, not on how valuable or important you really are to them. This can help you stay cool and not let their rude behavior make you feel bad. 2. Reflect on yourself. Stoics think about who they are. One more important Stoic principle is to think about and examine oneself. Stoics believed that the way we think affects how our lives are, and they said that we should always try to be better and do better things. According to Marcus Aurelius, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. When you face disrespect, it is important to think on yourself and ask yourself questions like, is there any truth in what the person said or did? Did I do or say anything that caused this situation? How can I answer in a way that is in line with my standards and virtues? By thinking on yourself and the situation rationally, you can gain a better understanding of the event and your own role in it. Self-reflection is a Stoic way of ensuring that your answers are based on reasonable reasoning rather than impulsive reactions. It helps you learn from the situation and promotes personal growth and knowledge. 3. Learn to pause. Stoics learn to take a break. Seneca once said, "Whenever you are angry, be assured that it is not only a present evil, but that you have increased a habit." The importance of reason and self-control is held by Stoics. They claim that impulsive responses driven by strong feelings like anger or rage often lead to poor choices and needless suffering. When faced with disrespect, the Stoic method urges you to avoid responding impulsively. Instead, take a moment to stop and collect your ideas. Because of this break, you can regain control of your feelings and react in a more measured and thoughtful way. You can better align your reaction with Stoic principles of wisdom and self-control if you fight the urge to move right away. This method often leads to more constructive and less emotionally charged conversations when faced with disrespect. When presented with disrespect, pausing is a crucial Stoic technique to keep calm and make wise choices, which eventually results in more positive outcomes and personal growth. 4. Show empathy. There is empathy in Stoics. Don't look for good in other things. Look for it in yourself, Epictetus and other important Stoic philosophers said. Stoics believe that all people are linked, and that understanding other people's feelings and reasons can help you get along better with them and grow as a person. Stoicism says that when someone treats you badly, you should show empathy. Try to understand the other person's perspective by putting yourself in their shoes. You can realize that the person's rude behavior might not be personal or on purpose by using empathy to look at the situation from a different perspective. It may be caused by their own doubts, fears, or misunderstanding. Empathy can also help you feel kindness for the person and lessen your negative feelings towards them. By empathizing with the person who disrespected you, you can avoid taking their words or actions personally and react in a more respectful and dignified way. Understanding the other person's perspective, emotions, and goals is made possible by empathy. Instead of getting angry or defensive, you can react with kindness and respect. This way, you can avoid escalating the dispute and keep your respect. The Stoic principles of wisdom, kindness, and self-improvement can also be seen in empathy. It allows you to learn from challenging scenarios and grow as a person. Having empathy can help you deal with rudeness in a better and more positive way. Concentrate on virtue. On virtue, Stoicism is built. Being wise and brave are some of the traits that Stoicism tries to teach you. These traits help us live well and do the right thing. The great Stoic philosopher Seneca said that virtue is just using good sense. Being moral and in line with the natural order of things is the same thing. Stoics think that virtue is the most important thing in life and that everything else doesn't matter. Stoicism teaches us to focus on virtue when other people mean bad things to us. This doesn't mean we should ignore or put up with the disrespect. It means we should act in a way that shows we value and follow Stoic principles. Focusing on virtue can help us stay true to ourselves, not let our feelings get in the way, and grow as people. Despite the challenges, Stoicism pushes us to be the best versions of ourselves. Sixth, be open to acceptance. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoicism. Accepting things outside of our control, like other people's rudeness, is one of the most important lessons in Stoicism. Epictetus stated, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." This means that we should be grateful for what we have and not worry about what we lack. Stoicism also teaches us to tell the difference between things we can control and things we can't. This is called the Stoic dichotomy of control. We can only manage our own thoughts, feelings, and actions. Other people's acts or things that happen in the world are out of our control. So, when people treat us badly, we shouldn't let it affect our peace of mind. We should just accept it as a part of life and work on making ourselves and our position better. By accepting disrespect with Stoicism, we can avoid unnecessary anger, frustration, and resentment. We can also learn from the experience and grow as a person. This helps us to deal with disrespect in a rational and calm way. Use humor in your seventh step. Stoics find humor in things. Sometimes a little laughter goes a long way. A very old philosopher named Seneca said, "You have mastered yourself when you know how to deal with things that you shouldn't take seriously." Stoicism emphasizes the importance of humor in dealing with difficult circumstances, while also teaching us to control our feelings and act logically. Humor can help us keep our emotional balance and avoid getting too angry or annoyed when someone disrespects us. Instead of letting our emotions get the best of us, we can choose to respond with a witty remark or a playful joke. Of course, humor shouldn't be used too much or in the wrong places, but it can be a good way to deal with disrespect in a way that leads to a more positive and peaceful result. Boundaries should be established. Establishing distinct boundaries is a Stoic principle. Stoicism is not about being a wimp, it is about being a rock that stands firm in the face of disrespect and unfairness, that knows its worth and demands respect from others, that controls what it can and lets go of what it cannot. When someone disrespects you, you don't have to take it lying down. You don't have to lash out in anger either. You can be calm and assertive. You can tell them what they did wrong and how you expect them to treat you. You can maintain your dignity and self-respect by setting clear, fair boundaries. This is what Stoicism teaches us. It teaches us to be strong, just, and courageous. It teaches us to respect ourselves and others. It teaches us to always keep our mind under control and our body respectable. Choose forgiveness on number 9. Stoics are kind. Imagine that someone treats you badly. How do you react? Do you lash out in anger, or do you let it go? The ancient philosophy of Stoicism has some wisdom to offer. According to Stoic philosophy, forgiveness is a gift to oneself, not to the other person. To find peace and happiness inside, you have to forgive others. However, forgiveness is not simple. It does not mean forgetting or approving of what happened. It means choosing to release the negative emotions that are hurting you more than anyone else. Stoics say that we should forgive everyone, but not everyone. We should forgive wisely, with compassion and justice. Focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we can't is a Stoic principle. We have no control over how other people act, but we do have control over how we react. People can forgive us and set us free from their anger and bitterness. There is a choice for us to move on with peace and calm inside. That is what forgiveness in Stoicism entails. It's not a weakness, but a strength. It's not a surrender, but a victory. It's not a sacrifice, but a reward. Forgiveness is the ultimate act of self-care and personal growth. Change your perspective. Number 10. Your perspective will be altered by Stoicism. Perspective means being able to look at things in a more objective and broad way. It keeps you from exaggerating or taking things personally when someone treats you badly. Instead, it makes you realize that, in the scheme of things, rudeness is not a big deal. Emperor Marcus Aurelius once said, "Our life is what our thoughts make it." By keeping things in perspective, you can see that most acts of rudeness are small and short-lived. They do not affect your true worth or happiness. You can also see that disrespect is often a reflection of the other person's ignorance, insecurity, or weakness, not yours. You can choose to ignore it, forgive it, or learn from it rather than letting it bother you. Having perspective also helps you keep your eyes on your goals, beliefs, and virtues, which are the things that really count in life. You can use your energy and time to pursue what is good and meaningful for you, rather than wasting them on resentment or revenge. This will help you live a happier and more peaceful life. So, remember to use perspective the next time someone treats you badly. It will help you to keep your cool and act wisely. Remember that Stoicism is not about hiding your feelings. It's about controlling them well. You can maintain composure and resolve when confronted with rude behavior by following these 10 principles. You're about to learn 9 strong psychological strategies that will elevate your standing and make you a priority in any situation in this part of the video. You know what it's like to be ignored and underrated. Even in full daylight, you put forth effort, but it still appears that you are a shade. A lot of people have this story, but it doesn't have to be yours. Stoicism teaches us something that doesn't make sense. True value comes from within and isn't lessened by control from the outside. However, there is no denying that, whether in your professional or personal life, placing priority in the eyes of others can have significant benefits. When we talk about these strategies, they're not just ideas. They're real, workable, and have been around for a long time. They will not only help you gain the respect you deserve, but they will also help you build up your fortitude. As we discuss these strategies, keep in mind that they are part of a process that changes your mindset and starts with how you see yourself. So stay with me if you want to be noticed and given priority. Establishing a strong presence that lasts and makes an effect long after your initial contact is not about grabbing a fleeting moment of attention. Let's begin the process of making you more recognized and important. 1. Make your spaceman. Let's get to the point. Why accept second place in life's pecking order when you wouldn't accept it in the office, on the field, or at the gym? Being humble is more important than anything else. Put your time and energy where it counts when you choose to. If you don't see each other's worth, it's time to re-evaluate your relationships. You naturally elevate your status by picking environments where your value is recognized. Remember that you don't control how other people value you, but that you are in charge of how you view yourself. Want to be the star of your own life story? Giving yourself the lead part in your own story is a good first step. 2. Make your own happiness. Make your own happiness. Sticking your happiness to someone else is like building a house on sand. That's the truth. Without notice, it shifts and collapses. A power that no one can take away from a man who is the master of his own joy. Stoicism isn't about hiding your feelings. It's about finding happiness in the unbreakable facts of life you can control. Do you ever notice how people are drawn to well-behaved people? You can't explain that by chance. It's the allure of being self-sufficient. Enjoy your daily routine, your accomplishments, and the quiet times of thought. This isn't about fleeing to a private life. It's about being so rooted in your happiness that you become the rock, not the waves. That's the kind of man who tops someone's priority list rather than just coming in at the end. Third, learn how to be present even when you're not there. As a general rule, people value resources that are hard to get the most. In that case, gold would be worth the same amount as dirt. Use this for your presence. You become an ordinary part of the scenery when you're always on tap. No silent teacher ever earned respect by always being ready to help. To keep things easy, be the gold and not the dirt. It's not about playing games or counting the minutes like a miser. It's about having a life that is so interesting, full of passion and full of purpose that your availability is naturally constrained. You're not hiding, you're rising up and doing things that make your mind stronger and your soul stronger. That's not all. When you give someone your time, it won't just be another time slot in your calendar. They'll feel it too. Your presence stops being a given and starts being a gift. 4. Maintain your orbit and pique their interest. Come with me as I talk about the paradox of desire. The rarest gems are those that are difficult to obtain because the world seeks out what retreats from it. You run the risk of becoming just another star in your relationships if you make someone your sun and your whole world revolves around them. Think about the opposite, a life where you are the sun and other people are drawn to you. It's about creating a life that is so full and interesting that you don't need to orbit anyone else. They feel the pull of your interests, projects, and development. Being hard to forget is what it's all about, not being hard to get. The grass is always greener on the other side, is an old proverb. There is some truth to it. People are usually interested in things that are out of reach, empty, or independent. You become the better grass when you stay committed to your path, but don't make it the center of your life. You are not distant, you are just in line with yourself. When you are in line with yourself, you become a mystery, a task, or a goal. Your presence is no longer a given, it's a prize. And all of a sudden, they'll be trying to get your attention instead of seeking it. The key to becoming a priority in their lives without even asking for it is found in charm, which is its essence. 5. Be able to take a step back. Being ready to fold them up and walk away is the highest form of self-respect. Being ready to step back is the best form of self-prioritization, whether it's in a bargain, a bad deal, or a relationship where one person gets what they want. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our actions and beliefs rather than the results of our actions. It's not about giving up, it's about taking care of yourself. When it comes to life, knowing when to leave the stage on the left is just as important as entering the stage on the right. This is neither a hasty nor a surrendering move, it's a planned retreat. Remember that the best situation you can ever have is one in which you don't need any one result to happen. Imagine sending a warning flare into the world every time you're ready to walk away, saying, "I value myself enough not to settle." This is not about being cocky, it's about being sure of yourself. And the moment you start to move away is often the moment others begin to move closer, realizing the value they stand to lose. Walking away is not the end. Rather, it is a statement of worth, a pause for reflection, and a place where you weigh the scales of your life. Should you spend your time, energy, and passion on this? If not, you are strong, brave, and wise enough to take those resources away and put them somewhere where they are appreciated and acknowledged. Be careful with this power and use it with a pure heart. You might find that taking a step back is the most powerful move you can make at any given time. If you do that, you might even find that everything else advances. Sixth, feed your fear of losing yourself. A strong approach would be to show the world what it means to miss you. We often don't realize how valuable something is until it's gone, which is a truth that is as old as time. It's not about manipulating them. It's about showing how valuable you are on your own. The Stoics believed in the power of independence and avoiding excessive reliance on approval from others. This isn't about giving someone the cold shoulder or playing games. It's more subtle than that. It's about putting your time and feelings into something that might not happen. Back off a bit. Make their presence something they have to earn. Split your time and attention between your relationships and hobbies. They start to wonder about you and what has changed when you do that. Something shifts. Reflection on your value and, most importantly, the worry that you will lose your place in their life are prompted by that space you leave. You're not disappearing, you're just refocusing your attention. This needs to be done with care. Your world is big and full of places and people who value you too. Show them that you value them. If you do it right, you'll strike a balance that makes them see how valuable you are and want to put you higher on their list of responsibilities. Remember that a man who knows his value makes the world notice him. Your balanced exit is a reflection of your value, not to make them chase you, but to show them what they'll lose if they don't take the lead. 7. The allure of the mysterious thoughts. I've always been drawn to mysteries. Holding back is a way to show power in a world where giving too much is normal. The value of silence and having strength in reserve are known to Stoics. When it comes to relationships and exchanges, it's not only not necessary, but also a bad idea to show all of your cards. The people you meet should deserve to know everything they do about you. So how do you keep up this mystery? Start by telling people just enough to pique their interest, just enough to give them a taste of your depth, not the full story, about your hobbies, passion, and dreams. Let them out slowly, not all at once. If someone asks you about your past, paint a picture with big ideas instead of specifics. This isn't lying, it's being careful. This method makes the other person want to lean in, ask questions, and find out more. When you do that, you become the puzzle they have to figure out. Simply because you're not an open book in their minds increases your importance. In everything, there's always more to explore and learn. To find the treasure that is knowing you, you are essentially asking them on a journey. However, this wealth is hidden and can't be found on the ground. They should put in the time and effort to find it. Because the human mind is built to value what it doesn't fully understand, this is how you place yourself in someone's thoughts and become a priority. 8. The money used for investments. Investing is what gives value its base. It's true that the more you put into something, the more you care about its value and success. This principle is also very important in relationships. By getting other people to invest in you, they will naturally think more highly of you and perceive your importance. How do you do that? It is all about being balanced. Yes, you should be easy to get in touch with, but not at the cost of being underestimated. Let's say you have a chance to spend time with each other but are really busy. Tell them this. You're not trying to be hard to get. You're just being honest about what you promise. This honesty shows that you're a real person and not just someone passing the time. Recognize when they make an effort to work around your plan. Appreciation can be a strong motivator because it gently reminds them that their effort is noticed and that not everyone has the same opportunity. This is the give and take dance, where they put forth extra effort and you notice it, making each encounter important. You're not making walls, you're setting standards. It's important not to take this too far. It's not about being better than other people. It's about respecting each other. Because they know that spending time with you is a gift, they will make you a priority. Knowing your worth and letting other people realize it through their own valuation is a delicate mix of stoical knowledge. 9. How to be quiet. Being quiet says a lot. The absence of your voice can be more audible than its presence in a world full of constant talk and noise. Without meaning to, you might lower your own value in the eyes of others if you're always the one who starts conversations. It's in the nature of man to chase things that retreat from us. Think about how strong a quiet method is. You send a clear message when you hold back. Your attention is not given freely. It must be earned. Respecting yourself deeply is what this is all about, not playing games or being manipulated. One strong example of being self-sufficient, in line with the Stoic idea that inner peace and happiness come from within, not from approval from others. You make space by holding off on your urges to make touch. The other part can move toward you in this space. It shows that they are interested and that they value your connection. If they reach out, it shows that you're still connected. If they don't, it tells you something important about where you really stand. You shouldn't use this strategy to test the other person. Instead, it should be used to change the way you connect with them. When the talk resumes, it is on a more even keel, with a deeper respect for the dialogue and the individuals involved. This is a chance for reflection on the part of both parties. In the end, your conversation should be like a valuable item that people want to get their hands on. Real Stoic knowledge means knowing when to speak and when to let silence speak for itself. As we look at these 9 strategies, it's important to make sure that the theory behind them is deeply ingrained in your way of doing things. You create your own value and are the master of your own fate. These strategies aren't just tricks. They come from the Stoic tradition, which values inner fortitude and the power of a self-reliant spirit. Keep in mind that while these strategies can help you shift the balance, they aren't magic spells that will make people put you first. People have free will, which means they can make their own decisions. You can present yourself as a person of value and someone who doesn't settle for less by using these strategies. You are seeking to elevate your intrinsic value by taking these steps, in addition to changing how other people see you. Every step is meant to boost your self-esteem, whether it's finding happiness inside, keeping a bit of secret, or taking a smart retreat of your presence. Kindness and self-respect, availability and importance, and investment and self-preservation must all be balanced on this trip. The Stoic view says that this balance is what makes a life well lived. Do not forget to be aware and honest as you start down this road. Use these strategies to help you, but let your personality lead you. People may want to hurt you more if you talk about your pain more. It's common for some people to take pleasure in seeing you hurt, or even help it happen or get worse, though this doesn't always happen. Many people act this way out of sadism and envy, which is bad, and it can really get in the way of your personal growth in many areas of your life, like at work, with friends, or even with your family. Learning not to show your weak point can turn out to be your strength in the end. Imagine yourself as a storm-tossed tree. Branch tips and leaves may move, but the base stays strong and firmly planted in the ground. This is what we're going to teach you about quiet resilience. We will talk about how you can become even stronger by showing that you are not quickly affected by problems inside and outside of you. Each task will teach you how to be like the tree. You're not denying the storm when you act like it doesn't bother you. You're just choosing not to let the rain and wind get to you. You will learn how to be master of your own life, calm, strong, and steady in the midst of chaos. Epictetus was a great and well-known philosopher who you may have already heard of. In this part of the video, we will talk about 18 of his Stoic principles. I also call you to self-knowledge, a place where power comes from the silence of the light that guides you rather than from the sound of thunder. Focus on the topic instead of daily distractions for the next few minutes. Come on. Rule number 1. Talk twice as much as you listen. Have you ever thought about why our bodies only have one mouth but two ears? According to Epictetus, this is not a mistake or an accident. Instead, there is a clear purpose behind it. We are not called to fall in love with our own voice, but with the voice of others. We don't get ahead in life by repeating ourselves over and over. Instead, we learn from others. As of today, pay more attention to what other people say and less to what you have been believing up until now. In the second rule, you should always expect the worst. Thinking that bad things will happen in the future is one of the main reasons of worry and its extremely bad effects. We are afraid that our children will stop going to school, that we will lose our jobs, that our partner will tell us they have been cheating on us and ask for a divorce, or that something else bad will happen to us, like going bankrupt. What's wrong is that we worry about one of these problems one day and then another the next. In addition to the good and happy parts of life, the road also has some problems that we will have to deal with. So, we live in constant stress that is caused by different triggers every day. This is where Epictetus comes in. He says, "Think that all these things you fear so much have already happened." This is because his plan is both extreme and successful. Then what could be worse? Your spirit will build coping strategies in this way, allowing you to keep your head up and move forward. Principle number 3, prepare to fail because it is the only way to progress. Epictetus has a different take on this. He says that we do difficult things so that people don't think we are stupid. His mindset says that being seen as such is one of the best things that can happen to you, because this is the only way to really get better at your job and in your home life too. Stoic philosophers remind us that getting through tough times doesn't happen all of a sudden. It takes a long time of trying things and failing. We can improve the things that keep us from being perfect by making mistakes. Rule number 4, be aware of the risks that come with good luck. Few people can truly break free from the shame that comes with having the wealth we desire. It's not just the people who will appear out of nowhere to take advantage of our good luck, like playing friends with us when they don't really feel that way. People can change because of money, though not always for the better. Now that we have this highly sought-after treasure, we have something we didn't know we had before. In the face of the loss of moral ideals, our spirit may begin to harm itself at that moment. Rule number 5, don't hold on to just one dream. Luckily, we are naturally driven to value variety, and so on. We shouldn't put all our hopes in one dream, because it could be terrible if we fail at it. So, Epictetus tells us to follow many dreams, because that will make our chances of success much greater. Remember that death is at the end of the road. Rule number 6. Being aware that death is the end of all our actions, and especially our attempts, is not a pessimistic thing to do. Once we have this in mind, maybe we will start to think about whether it is worth saving for 20 years of our short life to buy a house that we won't be able to take with us wherever we go. It would be very helpful to carry a small notebook with these Stoic principles with us when we die, just like we carry the things we think are essential for daily life, like our phone, credit cards, and soap. That's because they've helped us stop seeing failures as bad luck and life as time we can spend alone. But we'll have a more sensible view of life and make better use of our time. Principle number 7. True wealth lies in a contented spirit. A wise man is one who does not worry over the things he does not have, but rejoices in those he does have, according to Epictetus's particular concept of happiness, which he developed as a result of Stoicism. This reflection is more than just a thought. It is advice on how to stop feeling burdened by the riches that are not yet a part of our lives. We lose important minutes of happiness when we complain and cry about what we don't have. During those minutes, we could be thankful for everything we have accomplished so far, which is a lot more than our eyes are trained to see. In this way, someone who is rich is mostly happy. Integrate shame into your life, according to Principle 8. People must first learn what they think they already know if they want to really learn something. Epictetus encourages us to make use of our humility, especially in the area of learning, through this saying. As we go through life, bragging about how smart we are keeps us farther away from the real knowledge that comes from knowing we don't know anything about what we want to learn in the end. This way, we'll see everything through the eyes of a child whose eyes are full of wonder and a desire to learn. Ninth principle. Guilt is the same thing as plague. People with narrow minds blame others, while normal people blame themselves. But wise people think that all sorrow is silly. Currently, therapists treat shame as a feeling that needs to be eliminated from our lives, thanks to Epictetus's phrase, "If you want to beat sorrow, you have to refuse to play with it." The problem is that it leads to an easy road, because when we blame others or ourselves, we don't have to do anything to fix the mistake. So, giving into it is a strong desire that is hard to resist. The only people who can avoid guilt and still be man enough to take responsibility for their actions are those who are determined to succeed. Make relationships with people who are already successful. It is interesting that when someone sneezes next to us, we move away right away out of fear that they will infect us. We are not as careful to avoid one of the most dangerous diseases we come into contact with every day, though. Epictetus gave us good advice on this topic. Be around people who make us want to do our best, because how other people act has a big impact on how we feel in the mind. Different people can give us energy and make our day bad, or they can make us happy and full of energy. Getting along with people who bring good vibes into our lives and letting go of people who can make us regret being born is one of the best things we can do. 11. Remember that your actions determine your future. Our responses are what make us successful or unsuccessful, so we shouldn't take them easily. This was something Epictetus said without any doubt. We learned from him that we cannot control what happens, but we can handle it. Any of us can experience bad luck, but what we do when it does will determine how we feel about it from that moment on. Some people feel like they are joining the world of sadness and victimization after getting divorced. Epictetus, on the other hand, sees it as a gold chance to begin the journey of self-knowledge. Remember that your life is what you do with it, not what happens to you. Rule 12. Always do what you're supposed to do. We all play a part in society and the world, and the sun doesn't need praise or magic to rise every morning, but it does every day, and that's the end of it. So, just like every part of nature does its job, we need to do what we need to do. You and the people around you will both be let down if we wait for praise or do our work just to get praise. Everyone has a moral duty to do their job when they know what it is and that other people count on it. We shouldn't need anyone to remind us. Rule number 13. Don't hate people who hate you, just ignore them. The person who attacks, hates and treats you badly is much smaller and less important than you. Spending time hating that person is a waste of your time because they don't deserve to be in your thoughts. People tell us not to be afraid of people who hurt us because that noise is an unfortunate attempt to hurt us. So don't pay attention to it and get used to it. Rule number 14. Choose simplicity. If we can surround ourselves with all kinds of luxuries these days, why live a simply life? The answer is much easier and more reasonable than you think. This system of luxuries and wealth doesn't last on its own. It takes dedication and a lot of daily energy to keep it going. Choosing a simple life, on the other hand, frees us from the stress of having to meet the due dates of our loans, credit cards, and bills. Control your life, according to Principle 15. Because you let other people's words and actions worry you, you give up control of your life. If someone can make you mad, they are your master. But if you let them bother you, they can only make you mad. Epictetus shows us that there are many keys inside of us, and some lead to happiness, while others lead to mental ruin. This last key is exactly what we give to people who make us mad. We can solve this problem by putting up a wall that stops us from being affected by other people's views, because everyone is responsible for what they say and what they choose to listen to. Rule 16. Friendship is more important than money. Genuine friends are real wealth because they will be there for us if our money runs out one day. Because of this, if you work hard to make real friends, you will be making a very smart long-term investment. Number 17. Always get something good out of things. You can choose to take advantage of whatever events happen or not. These are Epictetus's words. As you can see, it is not about having the option to take the good out of adversity, but that doing so is our duty. As long as there is intelligence in you, there will be the ability to realize the advantages you can take from the situation that has struck you. Imagine going to work one day and being told you're going to be fired. There is an alternative to giving up and believing that everything is against you, starting the business you've always wanted to start while working with people you don't like. Therefore, always try to look for the positive in a situation, as this movement added up throughout your life will certainly take you further than just lamenting. Stop stressing about things you can't control, according to Rule 18. You own your thoughts, but not your image. You really want to look and are very excited about it, but you can't control how many things you find or how successful you are. Worrying and becoming angry about things we can't control is essentially the same as choosing to waste time. Epictetus said that we should work on the values we can change, but we should also let go of the things we can't change and let fate take care of them. Stoic principles are lessons that can help us get through difficult times with interest and resilience. They are also incredibly useful for everyday life. There is no place in their philosophy for fantasizing, but only for applying what is learned and moving forward. There are things that are under our control and others that are not. Opinions, preferences, desires, and aversions. In a word, everything that is inherent in our actions are under our control. On the other hand, the body, wealth, reputation, authorities. In a word, everything that is not inherent to our actions is beyond our control. This is how the manual or guide to life of the famous Greek philosopher begins. If you want to live a fulfilling life without an excess of soul afflictions, you must understand that there are things under your control and others that are not. Our duty is to spend our energy on what is under our command and ignore what is not. One of the greatest problems a human being can face is the opinions and judgments of other people. It's practically inevitable to be affected negatively or positively by them. If you truly want to avoid being affected, you must understand that the opinions of others, insults, or any type of personal attack are not under your control. In the manual of life, we learn how to act in the case of being the object of an offense. Therefore, the purpose of this video is to extract the teachings from the famous manual of life in order to achieve a mental state that allows us to reduce or eliminate all kinds of suffering arising from the judgments of others through 7 teachings or principles extracted from Epictetus's manual of life. You will learn why you shouldn't worry about external feelings and how to achieve a state where opinions cannot harm you. Number 1. Insults or offenses. Epictetus says, "Remember that he who insults or strikes is not insulted, but rather his own judgment that these actions are offensive. Therefore, if someone provokes you, keep in mind that it's your own opinion that is disturbing you in the first place. Try not to be swayed by appearances, for once you gain time and calm down, it will be easier to control yourself." One of the keys to not caring about the opinions of others is to understand that the insult or offense is not inherently harmful. The emotional discomfort that accompanies the insult actually comes from how we process that insult. When someone belittles you or disrespects you, think that this insult will only harm you if you allow it. If you react negatively, the true worth of a person should be measured by how much they can tolerate negativity. Unfortunately, life is like that. When you feel insulted or offended, ask yourself, do I want to win or lose? Do I want to yield to what I cannot control? Let me draw a parallel with Stoicism and pleasures. If we want to stop being influenced by them, we must not fight against desire, for desire will never disappear. The difference lies in how we process that desire, if we completely surrender to it or ignore it. In this way, if you manage not to be disturbed by the insult, the satisfaction you will feel afterwards will make you someone superior and capable of advancing steadfastly through adversity. Surely you're thinking of that time when a negative comment ruined your day or week despite your efforts. Let me tell you that I understand how you feel, as everyone has been in that situation at some point. If this is your case, I recommend you keep watching, as in the next principles we'll address self-control. Number 2. Maintain firm purposes. In this principle, we must understand that if we want to avoid being affected by the opinions of others, it's as follows. If you have the firm purpose of understanding philosophy, prepare yourself from the start to be ridiculed and suffer mockery from the crowd. Prepare to hear people say, "Suddenly he became a philosopher," or "Where does this arrogant attitude come from?" Make sure not to adopt that arrogant attitude and stay firm in things that contribute to your well-being. Remember, if you remain steadfast in your position, the same people who used to ridicule you will end up admiring you. But if you let yourself be convinced by others, you'll be ridiculed twice. Those who wanted to become philosophers, but even if you don't want to become a philosopher, this principle proposed by the Greek can be applied to any other aspect of our lives. This principle is essential, as many people neglect their true talents just to please dissenting voices. What Epictetus tells us is that if we allow our purpose to be influenced by the fear of others' opinions, we won't fail because we tried and didn't succeed, but because we yielded to the opinions of others. We shouldn't interpret this as a failure, but as a real problem. When a person gives up just to avoid social conflicts or to prevent others from opining about them, it's worth persevering, even if there is mockery or questioning for a while. After all, by moving forward, you'll be living according to your own nature. I recommend you think about this whenever you need to make a decision in your life. Consider your priorities and understand the true reason behind your choices. Number 3. Don't worry if someone speaks ill of you. Don't let the idea of living in dishonor and being nobody anywhere worry you. For if not receiving honors were a bad thing, then others would have the power to make us unhappy, and that's not how things work. The truth is that you are only someone in things that are under your control and that depend on your decisions. This principle is indeed very relevant in our days. How many times have you done something you really didn't want to, just to gain someone's approval, especially on social media? Social validation on these platforms can be like poison to a person. We should ask ourselves, Is it worth changing who we really are just to get a little satisfaction? Is it worth putting our emotional well-being in the hands of others? My answer is clear: no. I recommend you reflect on this, as we've all been caught doing something that embarrasses us, but isn't malicious at some point. Why care if they laugh at you or marginalize you in terms of popularity? Do you truly believe your happiness depends on how popular you are? If you live like that, you'll be in constant conflict, as your happiness isn't in your hands. Therefore, you'll live in a constant state of tension, changing your essence not to lose status. One of the main points of Stoicism is to care only about what is under your control and become imperturbable regarding what isn't. Regarding insults, remember that nobody can hurt you unless you allow it. If someone harms you or speaks ill of you, remember that they act believing that they are right to do so. It's not possible for everyone to act according to what you consider right, but it doesn't seem right to them. So if someone judges you based on a false appearance, it's them who harm themselves with their mistake. Therefore, tolerate the person who insults you with patience and repeat to yourself, that's just what they think. Number 4. Exercise high control. For an insult to turn into an offense, as Epictetus said, we must have the same respect for our mind as we do for our body. I'm sure you wouldn't allow a stranger to enter your house every day, knowing the threat that would pose. Yet when we receive an insult and process it as an offense, we allow that person to enter our mind and stay there for a few days, because then we allow strangers into our mind when we would never let them into our homes. To achieve a state where we ignore the negative feelings arising from an offense, discipline and self-control must be accumulated. Apply this to all situations in life, including with family. When you're angry, control that emotion, as it will prevent much unnecessary suffering and make you feel more at ease with yourself. Believe me, this will make a significant change in your life. Number 5. Act according to your best judgment. We shouldn't be ashamed of being seen acting according to our principles, even if others may form a wrong idea of what we're doing. If we're acting correctly, why fear others' wrong judgment? This also applies to the use of social media, where we often allow our happiness to depend on popularity or validation from others. This leads us to act to please them instead of following our own path. Number 6. Don't worry if someone speaks ill of you. If someone harms you or speaks ill of you, remember that they act assuming they are right to do so. But it's not possible to think that everyone would act according to what seems right to you, but not to them. Therefore, if they are judging from a false appearance, it's them who harm themselves with their mistake. Based on these principles, tolerate the person who judges you with patience, and on each of these occasions, tell yourself, no one can hurt you. Through this 7th principle, we analyze the motivation of the sender of the insult, and what it tells us is that we can't expect everyone to act according to what you consider right or according to your worldview. This way of thinking can be very harmful. We should consider the following reflection. Is it really viable to believe that everyone has the same worldview as you? Thinking like this is quite naive. Therefore, if someone insults you, believing they know the truth about you, deeply consider the following. You know who you are. You know what you think. You know why you act and why you do what you do. The only knower of the truth about you is yourself. So, in the case of a stranger insulting you in some way, you must ask yourself the following. Did I act wrongly? If the answer is no, ask yourself, can I enter their mind and understand the reason for the insult? It's evident that you can't. Therefore, in the case of having acted correctly and facing ignorance about the motivation of the insult, you should be content, as you are the person in the world who knows yourself best. In the case of having acted correctly, you shouldn't carry the burden of regret, as Epictetus said. Regarding the person who insults you, that's how it seemed to them. To conclude, I would like to end with the following lesson from Epictetus. How much longer do you think you'll delay becoming worthy of the highest progress and following the teachings of reason? You have already received the philosophical principles with which you should be familiar. What other master are you waiting for to begin improving? You are no longer a teenager, but an adult. So, if you continue neglectful, lazy, and constantly postponing things, adding excuse after excuse and putting off the day you will dedicate to yourself, life will pass by while you remain ignorant until the day of your death. How do we find our anchor in a world where emotions can feel like stormy waters? This part of the video looks at 7 lessons from Stoicism that can help you control your emotions and stay strong through life's storms. Lesson 1. Recognize your power. Do not forget what you can control. Have you ever been caught in a storm? The storms of life, unexpected events, losses, or abrupt changes are not the kind with rain and thunder. Stoic thinkers from old Greece and Rome taught us about the dichotomy of control, which feels like an anchor in these storms. Picture this. You're planning an outdoor event, but it rains on the day of. No matter how much you'd like to, you can't control the weather. Your reaction to the rain, however, is completely up to you. You could be sad or angry, or you could change things, maybe move the event inside, or enjoy the rain as a change. That's how the Stoic philosopher Epictetus put it. Some things are in our control, and others not. It sounds simple, doesn't it? The profound wisdom that can transform our lives is hidden in this simplicity, though. We deal with a wide range of situations every day. Some things we can change, like the things we do every day, the books we read, or the people we hang out with. But many things are out of our control, like world events, other people's acts, time, and yes, the weather. Here's where things get interesting. The Stoics thought that our happiness depends on how we perceive and respond to external events, not on what they are. Our judgment of the event is what triggers our emotions, not the event itself. Think about a time when something went wrong. You might not have gotten the job you wanted. It felt like a disaster at that moment. It may have taken some time for you to understand that it was actually a blessing in disguise that led you to a better opportunity or personal growth. How do we actually put this into action, though? Ask yourself, is this something I can control? If the answer is yes, then you should do something about it. If the answer is no, then you have the opportunity to work on accepting and changing your perspective. We can free ourselves from needless pain by really understanding and internalizing this concept. Knowing that we can't control the wind but can change our sails allows us to move through life with calm. The dichotomy of control is a ray of clarity in a world that frequently feels confusing. Being reminded of this helps us put our energy where it matters most and enjoy the peace that comes from knowing that some things are out of our control. Lesson number 2. Think before you act. Lesson number 2. Think before you act. People today value speed and immediacy, so the art of reflection may seem like a thing of the past. However, taking the time to think and pause can be our saving grace in a world that often needs quick answers. Think about how often we have to make choices, both big and small, like what to eat at a restaurant or what to do for a living. We have a lot of options, but it's not the size of the choices that matters. It's how we make them. As an example, let's look at reading a message that makes you feel something. Someone at work might be questioning your work, or a friend might make a casual statement. Defensiveness or anger may be the first reaction. You could jump right into that mental whirlwind, but what if you took a step back? You are not stifling your emotions by allowing yourself that brief moment of separation. Rather, you are allowing them to breathe and be understood. Reflection is not about avoiding or accepting our thoughts and feelings passively. Rather, it involves actively engaging with them. It means asking deep questions like, why did this comment hurt me so much? My current emotions are being influenced by what underlying ideas or experiences? Is my first reaction based on what's happening now or on things that happened in the past? Reflection before reaction is also a tool for building understanding. By giving ourselves time, we also give ourselves the chance to see things from other people's points of view. That coworker or friend may have been having a rough day and didn't know how important what they said was. We can better understand ourselves and those around us when we reflect. This habit can be very important in partnerships. How many mistakes could we avoid if we stopped to reflect before responding? How many bridges could be made instead of being destroyed? We find clarity, kindness, and connection in these reflective times. Also, being able to stop and think is very useful in work settings. Decisions made by reflective leaders are frequently more admired and successful. People think they are thoughtful, calm, and smart. Their choices, which are the result of careful reflection, frequently endure. The act of reflection becomes a form of rebellion in a world that frequently feels like it's moving at breakneck speed. A quiet but strong declaration that we won't be swept away by the currents of immediacy. Being committed to ourselves, our health, and the way we connect with the world is a promise. There's more to reflecting before responding than just a practice. It's a mindset, a way of life that values depth over breadth, understanding over impulsivity, and lasting relationships over fleeting ones. This journey inside has huge effects on the outside world, changing not only how we react, but also how our lives are put together. Lesson 3. Learn to be impartial. Lesson 3. Learn to be impartial. The idea of learning dispassion might not make sense in a world that frequently feels like an emotional roller coaster. However, let's look into what it really means and how it can transform. Dispassion isn't about hiding emotions or not caring about the world around us. It's about finding a balanced view, a calm in the middle of the storm. Imagine not being affected by events, situations, or even your own emotions. Just think about the last movie that really held your attention. There were tense moments, exciting moments, and possibly even sad times. You knew it was just a movie, even though you were interested in the story. You didn't rush to help the hero or comfort the character who was crying. You watched and felt, but you didn't move. Being truly involved with life and feeling all of its emotions is what dispassion is all about. But you should also know when to stay in the theater of your mind and watch without getting caught up in the action. In this day and age of too much knowledge, this method becomes a lifesaver. We get a lot of news updates and alerts every day. If we felt strongly about every piece of information, we would always be tired. Dispassion is a filter that helps you deal with the world in a more stable and calm way. Dispassion is also very important in ties with other people. All of us have been in situations where arguments and angry talks broke out. Dispassion in these situations can mean the difference between a helpful conversation and a fight that hurts both sides. We can listen better, respond instead of react, and handle disagreements with understanding and kindness when we do this. Being self-aware is the first step to developing dispassion. This space between input and reaction is made by regularly checking in with ourselves, noting our emotional triggers, and understanding our patterns. You can choose your responses and act on purpose instead of on impulse in that place. And while dispassion may sound like being detached from life's pleasures and joys, it actually makes them better. We can fully enjoy the journey and enjoy each moment without worrying about what might happen or what might change if we don't put too much stock in the results. Finding balance in a world that is constantly changing is the goal of dispassion. It's a map that leads to inner peace and helps us move gracefully through life's many terrains. Sharing this practice with others makes our own lives better and gives those around us a sense of calm and clarity. Will this matter in 5 years? Is the fourth lesson. Will this matter in 5 years? Is the fourth lesson. Moments in life test our patience, fortitude, and ability to keep our cool. All through the day, we deal with a wide range of situations that make us feel different emotions. These can be small problems like spilled coffee or bigger problems like arguments with family and friends. It's simple to get caught up in the immediacy of our emotions when we're in the moment. It can feel like the end of the world when you miss a deadline, get negative feedback, or forget an important historical date. Will this matter in 5 years? Is a powerful question that can change our outlook and provide clarity. We can use this simple but deep question as a mental time machine to go to the future and experience the present moment again. All of a sudden, that heated fight or missed opportunity looks completely different. Most of the things we worry about now will be small details in the big story of our lives that we will never remember. Think about the problems and stresses you were facing 5 years ago. How many of them are still true? How many have been replaced by new memories, events, and things you've learned? This understanding can make you feel both humble and free. Using this question as a regular guide helps us figure out what's most important to us. It helps us tell the difference between short-term problems and long-term effects. A bad day at work might seem like a lot right now, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just one day in a job that lasts decades. This point of view also makes people more resilient. When bad things happen, remembering the bigger picture can help us deal with them and find solutions. We don't have to get stuck on the problem at hand. Instead, we can plan, change, and move forward, knowing that time often brings clarity and answers. But it's not just about making our worries seem less important. Plus, this question makes us think about what really matters. Investing in relationships, personal growth, and experiences that last is important if we want the things we do and choose to matter in the long run. The question, will this matter in 5 years, helps us live a life with meaning, perspective, and happiness, even though our world is very focused on the here and now. We can handle the ups and downs of life with grace by coming back to this question often. This will help us focus our energy and attention on what really matters. Lesson 5. Write in a Stoic journal. Journaling has been praised throughout time and space, not only as a way to keep track of events, but also as a means of reflection, development, and clarity. With their focus on self-awareness and personal growth, the Stoics were used to this kind of practice. A Stoic journal is more than just a record of your daily activities. It's a place to reflect, talk to yourself, and analyze your emotions, choices, and responses. When events are compared to personal ideals and views, this is where the outside world and the inside world meet. Imagine ending your day by talking about not only what happened, but also how you reacted. What about a certain word made you mad? What made you feel so happy while you were doing something boring? We can start to understand the trends in our minds by breaking down our day. It becomes clear to us what makes us feel a certain way, what guides our choices, and how our daily habits shape our lives. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, wrote in a diary that is now called Meditations. It wasn't meant to be published. It was a private conversation between him and himself, a place for him to remember Stoic principles and help him face the difficulties of his life with wisdom. We can see a guy struggling with his emotions, his duties, and his place in the universe through his writings. To get something out of a Stoic diary, you don't have to be a ruler. Today, when our lives are full of distractions and knowledge all the time, it's even more important to make time for self-reflection. A daily check-in, a way to be grounded and find clarity in the middle of chaos. This technique can help you reach deep thoughts over time. You may find that some situations consistently make you feel stressed, which may lead you to either deal with them or change how you see them. You may find that certain practices, like being grateful or aware, make you feel better and improve your attitude. You can use the trends that show up as a guide for your own growth. Besides giving you ideas, a Stoic diary makes you more responsible. We hold ourselves responsible for our actions and responses by making a daily commitment to reflect. As time goes on, it gets harder to ignore mistakes or gaps in judgment. We are instead told to learn, change, and grow. Keeping a Stoic book is a lot like having a wise, non-judgmental friend by your side who is always ready to listen, reflect, and guide. It's a pledge to improving one's self-understanding, living a life that is in line with one's beliefs and principles, and growing as a person. Lesson number 6. Look at problems as chances to do something better. Problems abound in the world, ranging from small failures to huge changes on a global scale. The human experience is characterized by difficulties. It would be hard to deal with these problems, but what if we saw them as opportunities? The Stoics had a strong way of looking at problems. They thought that even though we can't always control the events that happen to us, we can control how we think about them and how we react. This change in viewpoint transforms difficulties into useful lessons. This thought is perfectly encapsulated in a quote by Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius. "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." A river that runs into a boulder is an example. The river doesn't stop at the boulder. Instead, it finds a way around it, either by reducing it over time or by creating a new path. The boulder, which at first glance seems like a barrier, changes the direction of the river. In the same way, problems in our lives can change our paths and often lead to results we didn't expect. For example, losing a job can be very upsetting at first, but it can also lead to a new career path, the opportunity to learn new skills, or even the opportunity to start one's own company. It's possible that a failed relationship will help you grow as a person and make stronger, more important ties in the future. This Stoic view also makes people stronger. Problems become opportunities when we see them as such. This makes us more flexible and ready to face problems head-on. We stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What can I learn from this? How can this experience shape me for the better?" Of course, this doesn't mean we should look for problems or try to avoid real ones. It's about realizing that every problem has a solution, a seed of opportunity. We can transform challenges into stepping stones that lead us toward growth, wisdom, and satisfaction by nurturing this seed with a positive outlook, patience, and perseverance. Practice gratitude. Lesson number 7. Lesson 7. Show gratitude. In the complex web of human emotions, gratitude stands out like a golden thread that weaves moments of happiness, peace, and clarity into our lives. The Stoics believed in the deliberate practice of gratitude, making it a daily routine to anchor oneself in the present and be thankful for life's gifts, even though it is a feeling that can appear spontaneously. Saying thank you isn't enough to show gratitude. We need to deeply recognize all the things, people, and moments that make our lives better. Every experience is short-lived, which makes it even more valuable. It's about finding beauty in the everyday, the lessons and difficulties it brings. Being truly rooted in the present and cherishing every moment, experience, and interaction is what the famous Stoic philosopher Seneca said. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Just think about the simple things that make our lives better that we often take for granted, like the sun on a cold day, the sound of laughs, a meal with friends and family, or even the air we breathe. We enhance the beauty and importance of these moments in our lives by taking a moment to recognize and enjoy them. Practicing thanks can also help you resist the urge to focus on what's missing, on wants that haven't been met, or on worries about the future. Putting our attention on what we do have instead of what we don't have makes us happier, less envious or angry, and boosts our general health. One might wonder how to get better at this exercise. It can be as simple as writing down 3 things you're thankful for every morning or evening. This practice can transform your attitude over time, making you more open to life's blessings and stronger in the face of difficulties. Also, being thankful makes ties stronger. When we thank others for their kindness, support, or love, we strengthen relationships, promote mutual respect, and start a positive feedback loop of love and kindness. Gratitude is a gentle reflection of the wealth that already exists in our lives, in a world that often focuses on more things, more accomplishments, and more wants. It's a call to enjoy the present, welcome life with open arms, and walk this life path with gratitude in your heart. Why have they failed to respond to my message? What did I say wrong? They might be mad at me for something I did. I remember that joke from before. They didn't like it. What's wrong with my back? Is it because of your health or the workout? What should I put on? Oh no, what did I think? I should have done some meditation this morning. I guess that explains why I'm constantly overthinking. There are a lot of reasons why I think a lot of us think too much. I'll talk about how to deal with this in terms of real-world answers in this part of the movie. Watch all the way to the end. It's very important. The act of focusing on a situation over and over again, often without a good reason, is called ruminating or excessive thinking. When we're emotionally illogical, we often try to defend it with sensible facts about the situation we're overthinking, which keeps us thinking too much. If you overthink something, you pay full attention to that thing or thought process. Focusing on other parts of your life, like your health, or dwelling on something someone said, takes up too much of your time and energy. When you're too focused on what you're overthinking, you forget about other parts of your life. One quote about overthinking says, "Overthinking can be a way of trying to control a situation and feel more confident about what to do next." The brain tries to reduce anxiety by running through possible scenarios and trying to predict what will happen. This is true. The brain wants to know what's going to happen, and people with type A personalities, high achievers, and similar traits often do this. You might start overthinking your actions if you have high standards for yourself. You might think a lot about how you don't have a morning habit like great people are said to have. Some people who think too much need order all the time. They hate not knowing what will happen next because they have a hard time with the unknown. This too many thoughts starts to make you feel bad, and then you start living your life in this overthinking mode all the time. The important thing is to find ways to deal with this so that overthinking doesn't take over our lives. When your brain is constantly going 100 miles per hour, it's hard to enjoy life. I'll now give you some examples of my past overthinking. Just so you know, I'm pretty tall. I always thought that because I was tall, I made people nervous when I walked into a room or met someone when I was younger. Yes, I really thought that because of that. In my mind, I tried to avoid standing too straight when I was younger. Due to my overthinking, I didn't want to have a strong influence. I did not want anyone to worry about me or think I was better than them or scary. It was a little different in sports. If you're scared of me because I'm competitive, that's your problem. But that's how it was in a social setting. I began to understand why I did what I did and fixed it over time. I worked at a cell phone shop while I was in college and sold gadgets. A coworker once came up to me and said, "Dude, you walk in here like you own the place." For a moment, I wondered if my cocky stance was making him feel awkward, but I laughed it off. But, I thought, wait, his interpretation of my confident entrance has nothing to do with me. It's all about him. Why do I care about his insecurities in seeing me extremely confident? That's something he needs to work on. My confidence in walking is triggering an insecurity in him, something he needs to address. When I began to understand this, I began to wonder where else in my life I was overthinking, especially when it came to other people's views. In terms of the steps I needed to take, where else was I overthinking? I don't always catch myself overthinking, but I do catch myself very fast. First, I now fully understand the mind. 2. Meditating will take care of the issue. Since we're talking about answers, let us get to them. Accepting what you don't know is the first big step to stopping overthinking. I already talked about people with type A personalities who are high workers and have high goals for themselves. Life is full of unknowns, and many things can happen at any moment, so you need to be okay with the unknown. When you're okay with the unknown, you start to plan your day less tightly and do new, challenging things. You'll get used to not knowing what will happen next and feel a little better about it. The next lesson is to need outcomes less and depend less on outcomes. This means being mentally separate from things and situations, being emotionally separate from what you want. I understand that it doesn't make sense because you want that to happen, but it's okay to be okay with the idea that it might not happen and to mentally get ready for that to happen. In fact, if we want to get to a certain point in our lives, we often need to separate ourselves from it enough so that it doesn't control us all the time. Next, learn to accept and enjoy mistakes and failures. We can learn a lot from our mistakes. A lot of the time, you'll be glad you failed at some things in the past because they made you who you are today. Failure helps you grow as a person, and growing as a person is everything. People today don't grow because they don't fail enough. They don't go through enough hard times to become more mature and determined. So, they're stuck because of that. But when you're open to failing, you grow like crazy. I wouldn't have this YouTube page if I wasn't willing to fail. If I hadn't been willing to fail, I wouldn't have my business. Failure also makes you more humble and helps you control your ego. There should be things in your life that keep you grounded so that you can do big things while still keeping your feet on the ground. That is the best recipe. Also, failing makes you love succeeding even more. We value something more when we have experienced its opposite. If you told me 5 years ago that I needed to make a channel about theory, wisdom, and personal growth, I would have said, "Give me a month to prepare." Now that I've done it so many times, it's like second nature. There were videos I didn't like and didn't post, and there were videos I thought were amazing. I've learned a lot because I'm okay with failing. Did I think too much about some videos? I have, yes. In the end, though, I don't think about it as much because I'm okay with failing at things. The next step is to figure out what sets you off. You might say, "Yes, I do overthink because I'm stressed and anxious." My next question would be, how does this relate to your ego? How does overthinking help you stay within your ego, this identity you've made for yourself? Like, a parent might think too much about being late to their child's basketball game. It's just a pause in a basketball game, but he's overthinking it. He doesn't want to be late to the basketball game, though, because his pride tells him that he's a great parent who is always there for his kids. That is who he is as an ego. He feels bad about being late, so he keeps thinking about it. Overthinking a baseball game. One is about to play is another example. They do not wish to err. They are overthinking, "Oh, I don't want to mess up." They are scared because they see themselves as great athletes who never make mistakes. They are scared because they are too attached to that identity and don't want to deal with the other side, the split, or the idea that they might have a bad game that night. Strangely enough, if they don't mind the thought of having a bad game, they'll probably have a better one. As long as they're not fighting it or thinking too much, they should just flow and play. You need to figure out how much your overthinking is caused by your ego. If you think of yourself as a high achiever and are overthinking the idea of taking a break, it could be because of this thought. That's just a name, though. Even high workers need to take a moment to unwind and rest. Don't even think about being a high achiever. I get a lot done, but I'm not a great achiever. Next, change the way you're thinking about the overthinking. To reframing something means to see it from a different angle. Saying, "I'm doing this because," is a great way to stop overthinking. For example, "I'm doing this because I see myself as a high achiever and it's a way to protect my ego." No matter what character you take on, life has nuances. That means you won't always be in that character. One person who is CEO of a company is only CEO when they're at work. It's not their job to sit in traffic or go to the doctor. Sometimes they have to take care of themselves, sometimes they have to take care of their family, and sometimes they have to fix a leak in the house. Aside from being a CEO, they do other things. But we think of these identities as facts, as if they were the most important thing. This is who I am. I'm a CEO. You do different things in life. That's not who you are everywhere you go. If someone is a sociology master, then that person trying to learn karate is not a karate master. When they start karate, they are like a new person who is learning. They know a lot about sociology, but they are still learning karate. The way I feel is different, so life is complex. Different things are taking place. When we think too much, it's because we're holding on to a part of ourselves that we need to let go of. Sometimes you may not be the best at certain things in life, and that's okay. After that, do the meditation of feeling. I don't think I came up with the name feeling meditation, but that's what I like to call it. The mental result of overthinking is this. When we think of something, we often give it an emotional charge that makes it seem more real to us. That's how the body and mind work. Being emotionally charged makes a thought more important, and the body believes it more. But when we relax, we close our eyes and just pay attention to how we feel. We don't use judgment to study our feelings. We are not judging ourselves. We are only noticing and feeling. In a strange way, this starts to slow down. It starts to calm down and slow down when you do this. Peace comes to the mind. It's good to do guided meditation. You can find binaural beats on YouTube. They're great. Your brain waves are too fast when you are overthinking, so I suggest alpha binaural beats. Neuroscientists call this very fast brainwave rhythm beta. It is used for thinking about things, talking to people, doing things, or taking acts of some kind. Alpha brainwaves, on the other hand, move a little more slowly. When we are in alpha, we often feel like we are meditating, very calm, etc. Thoughts aren't going as fast, and there is more peace and calm. You can actually think more clearly when you're in alpha because your mind is less busy. Feeling meditation is great because it really slows down your brainwaves, making you more open. Next, stop worrying about the disaster. It most likely won't happen, though. It's unlikely that the worst thing that could happen will actually happen. You may remember something that you thought would happen a month ago but didn't. It's probably true now. The next possible outcome is that it does happen. Why do you think about the thing you're overthinking so much? It might not be as bad as you think, and if it's really that bad, you'll get used to it. It's going to become normal. For instance, it's bad if someone is overthinking a muscle injury, goes to the hospital, and finds out they've torn something. That feeling, that worry, is still there. Now, what they thought would be worst happened. What will happen next? They might feel bad for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, a day, or 2 days. As time goes on, though, things start to feel normal again. Today, it's the new truth. It's like, okay, I tore my muscle. Maybe I need surgery. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just need to rest. Maybe the doctor told me to sit. Well, if your doctor tells you to put ice on your torn muscle, you might not want that doctor. Anyway, the point is that it changes things. It took place, you're used to it now, and things will get better. That's how you should think, even if the worst thing that could happen does. It probably won't, but let's say it does. In some situations, you need to have hope that things will get better. Trust that you will be able to get better and deal with things. Trust that if you are religious or spiritual and believe in a greater power or the world. In the worst-case situation, this is very important. They don't happen very often, but when they do, you understand that things will get better. Lots of this is in our minds, and one important thing to remember about overthinking is not to think too much about ourselves. It's like a meta-perspective to think too much. We can frequently find ourselves overthinking ourselves. You can stop and say, I'm overthinking. Okay, now I'm overthinking about overthinking. Don't pick on yourself for overthinking. Just pay attention to your thoughts. We judge too much sometimes. That's another answer. Judge less. You will be so much happy if you don't judge yourself or other people as harshly in life. There are fewer nervous emotional images and thoughts that happen when you judge less. A lot of the time, our opinions are against us. These are the strong opinions that hurt a lot. Judgments about ourselves. This is something I should have done. Why do I act this way? Why am I stopping? Put an end to the judgments right now. This brings us back to being aware. You need to pay attention to what you say and how you act. Some of us don't pay much attention to the words we use, as if they were just strings of letters, and that's how we talk. No, words have meaning, they have energy, and they have an effect. I heard that when people talk to plants, the plants die or something like that. There are some changes I made, but you get the idea. A thing is directly impacted by the words that people put toward it. So, give it some thought. You can be sure that words can affect people if they can affect non-human live things. So many things about you can be changed by them. They can change your mind, your emotions, and your mental circuits. That being said, this is very important. Next, talk to people. People often try to psychoanalyze and read other people's thoughts from afar, thinking things like, oh, they probably do that because of that, and I think I did that because of that. Talk to them. Ask the person what they were thinking when they did what they were doing. They'll likely give you a lot of background. Trying to guess what someone is doing can result in overthinking, but communication provides perspective. So, it's very important to let the other person know when we're not sure about something. Another cool thing is that you can talk to yourself, which is like self-inquiry if it's someone else. Start at the back if you're overthinking. If you want to be cool, talk to yourself out loud. You should do it. We talked about starting with, I'm doing this because, right? You might even be writing in a book while you talk to yourself. Put your thoughts on paper and say, I'm overthinking right now. After that, you get rid of it, and a part of you feels better. It's kind of like the part of conversation. Communication isn't just talking to other people when you're not sure what to do. It's also talking to yourself. Now this brings a beautiful self-integration because you're so in tune with yourself and know yourself so well that no one can really say anything about you that you don't already know. Last but not least, my favorite mantra is, it doesn't matter. Good things will happen when you believe this. What you're overthinking doesn't matter, you know. Things in life are just acts that we're all taking part in. As we come to the end of our 5-hour trip through the deep knowledge of Stoicism, we hope that these lessons have not only opened your mind, but also touched your heart. Now, we'd like you to take a moment to reflect. What changes have you seen in life since you started studying Stoic ideas? What problems in your life do you see differently now that you know about Stoicism? Which Stoic habit changed your life the most, and why? What has changed about how you deal with unexpected events since you learned about the idea of amor fati? Stoicism is more than just a way of thinking. It's a way of life. It's about becoming stronger, finding inner peace, and being able to handle the ups and downs of life without getting upset. Feel free to talk about your experience with Stoicism in the comments below. Your struggles, successes, and insights could help and inspire people in our community who are looking for peace and knowledge. If you found value in this guide and wish to continue exploring the depths of Stoic wisdom, please consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us create more content like this and keeps our community growing. Thanks for coming along on this interesting trip through Stoicism. Remember that getting wise is a process, not a goal. Keep working on it, keep thinking about it, and most importantly, keep doing well.